Okay. Are we live? It says I am. Waiting to see that preview. There it is, that sweet preview. That's what we like to see. Yep, we'll grab that. And let's get this show on the road. Let's notify all y'all on the server. Your tractor is running smoothly, Imprudent. How are you doing tonight? I am pretty good tonight. Blast away. Blast away. I see you changed your name. I'm glad you guys are doing good tonight. Because I'm looking forward to this. So if you guys aren't aware, or you're not part of the server, link is in the description. Name needed to be shorter. That's okay. But this is a mod that I have known about for a little while now. It was first brought to my attention by the author themselves, NightmareNinja. They are a bro in the community. And they are also a server goer of mine. So it's a mod I've wanted to get around to for a little while now, ever since he first told me about it. It's just all of the other games and mods that I had been playing do not make that easy, especially now that I'm doing 2 weekly series. It's kind of hard to find time, but now that we're done with the Love Torn demo, I figure this will be the next one we can start. So, from what I understand, this is a demo specifically focused on stuff for Yuri in his mod. And the whole idea is that this fortunate or unfortunate player, depending on your outlook, has been isekai'd into the world of DDLC. That's kind of the overarching idea with the mod. So with that explanation out of the way, what all have you guys been up to today? So I had a pretty chill day off. Just played a lot of Pokemon Violet, getting through some more post-game stuff. I did all the gym rematches, and I did the Ace tournament. Got my party some new moves. And now I'm at the point where I'm just like, is there any kind of post-game battle facility? Something I can work towards, like there was in Sword and Shield. Because if not, then I might just have to go. I might just go back to Battle Tower stuff for Sword and Shield. And does my mic sound different, Zach? Because I was messing around with some stuff last night in the VC, trying to get basically like chat echo to stop happening, where whenever somebody talked, it like echoed in my headset. So I might have changed something when messing around with that. Is it like good different or bad different. Blastaway says it sounds pretty good. Sounds fine. All right. Well, as long as it doesn't sound bad, that's the main thing that I care about. You got this cool card lighter from your grandma. That's cool, mate. Underskins, what's up? I posted your mod and somebody wants to make an Android port out of it. Yeah, there is somebody on there just trying to make as much Android ports for mods as possible, because I swear half of the new mods that I see in my demo search is just somebody posting like Android port releases for different demos. So yeah, there's a wide world of mods that have been ported to Android. But yeah, Zach Underskins, other than working on getting your mod ready for release, what all have you guys been up to today? Because I had a pretty chill day off. Day was alright, just pretty uneventful. Yeah, I just did a bunch of stuff in Pokemon Violet today. I didn't really do much else because it didn't snow like it was saying it was more than likely going to over here today. So I didn't get out or go anywhere. It rained this morning, but it never got cold enough to where it turned into snow, so that was disappointing. Trying to get a Minecraft mod that makes spiders more realistic working for your survival world. That sounds interesting. Oh, I guess one other thing that happened is the author of Doki Doki Blue Seas contacted me this morning, and they talked to me about what their mod is like. So that was fun. It's quite different than I expected, honestly. It was not what I thought it would be at all. So I'm going to have to find some time to play that. Maybe after we finish this. I don't know. Although I say that knowing full well that there are tons and tons of mods that you guys have been asking me to play, so maybe that one will be later on. I don't know. I might put it to another vote sometime. I don't know. Only when you put weapons in the main bar, though. We had a snow day, so I took the day going through a mod showcase videos to see which one I'd think would fit. There's one that I love, which puts your weapon on your shoulder and back. Yeah, that is pretty cool. A nice little detail. I like little stuff like that. Made some progress on your cafe for your Minecraft realms. Watched your friend accidentally fail to get the good ending of DDLC. Yeah, it's not as easy as it initially sounds. It's like, okay, you just have to save and load in the right ways, but it's like, you have to be careful not to go too far. And make sure you do it just right, or else it won't work. I'll be frank, I've never even actually done it, so yeah. I also watched Ahoy's newest video on the Barrett 50 cal, so that was pretty sweet. And from there, I just let a bunch of Ahoy's videos play in the background while I was playing some Pokemon Violet. Probably gonna take a break from Violet for a while, because honestly, there's not much else for me to do if there isn't any kind of like post-game battle facility. I mean, I can do the battle tournament at the academy over and over again to get money, but I don't know. That's just I'm just not really motivated to do that right now. Also, Everything Channel and Onyx. I did not miss you guys. How you guys doing? How are you two doing tonight? The side stories from DDL Plus will not be used here or referenced. Okay, that's an interesting bit of info to know. Designed to be played after the official game's been completed. Yada yada. I'm pretty good. I had a nice day off of work today. It was just pretty chill, pretty uneventful, aside from a couple things, but yeah, I had a nice day today. By playing, yep, standard stuff. Here we go. The following page contains shorts that pertain to main events outside of the story. That's good. Is this DDLC Plus? No, this is just standard DDLC. This is actually a mod, if you missed the title. It's called Welcome to DDLC Player. Although, if you are looking for Plus content, I actually have done a playthrough of the full game. I did a whole, day one stream that was almost like 12 hours long. And then I did all the side stories. So you can find that in a playlist on the channel if you're looking for Plus specifically. But I've been covering mods for this game for a couple years now. It's something I started doing, I think, in like late 2020. I wouldn't say late 2020, it was more like April 2020. And I've just kept it up ever since, because it's very enjoyable for me. I quite like it. Known about mods since this game started. Yes, you have, Zach. You've been around the scene a lot longer than I have, because I didn't pick this up until March of 2020, because of this woman sitting right here. I came for you, but I stayed because of all of you guys. Anyway, we're gonna jump in here, start a new game. Oh, that's right. I believe at some point in the future, this will contain more chapters for the different characters once they are written. So all we have for now is Yuri's story in the demo that's been released, I should say. Because Ninja, the author, they gave me a little preview on the server. If you want to be, part of stuff like that in the future, definitely check the description. I'd love to have you. But anyway, they were showing me their, like dev build of the mod. just as kind of like a little preview, letting me read some of it. And there were more options here, so I imagine there will be more in the next release. Hard to say for certain here without Ninja being here to confirm that for us. But anyway, we're gonna get started. Written by Pazuzu and J.F. Gibson 73. Revisions by NightmareNinja, the author. Alright. Let's get into it. So I believe whichever chapter we choose is determining whose perspective we end up looking at the mod through. So I believe we're looking at things through Yuri's perspective, if I remember how this mod works. Corrupted Poppy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? Good to have you. Turn my headphone volume up a little bit because the music sounds kind of quiet. A little bit. I'm just going to turn it up a hair in my headset. Originally a Sari fan as well. I imagine you'll quite like this then. Having finished getting ready for the day, I head downstairs to greet my parents. Also, if anybody remembers the Within playthrough, this room should look very familiar. As I step into his view, my father looks up from his laptop and smiles. Good morning, Daisuke. Smile at his terms of endearment, but I'm surprised to him working this early. Surprised to see him, you mean? Good morning, father. I thought you always waited until mother and I left for the day before you began writing. That is true, but once in a while I'll get an idea that I need to write down right away, in case I forget. That sounds interesting, Zach. Since we're all sharing our favorite Dokis here, Monica's has and always probably will be. Who am I saying probably for? That sounds uncommitted as fuck. She will always be my number one. Anywho, let me know your favorites in the chat here. But don't worry, I made sure breakfast is ready. Father gestures toward the kitchen with a nod. With a nod, I think you meant. Oh, I know you do, Zach. I see a bowl of rice with bright yellow strips across the top. Shredded cheese? Is that uni gohan? Father smiles as he nods. I remembered how much you liked that dish when we went out for Mother's birthday. I've been meaning to try it for a while now. I begin walking towards the table with my eyes wide and my mouth open. So this must be a favorite of yours, huh? It is a moment before I realize I haven't said anything. It looks amazing! Thank you so much! I don't know much about delicacies, but I'm pretty sure this isn't easy to come by. Is there a special occasion? I ask as I sit to begin my meal. Not really. I ran into a friend who ordered too much for his restaurant. He only serves it on the day it's harvested, so he asked if I wanted to take it home. Wrong 2. You need an extra O. That's very clever, Zach. Good one, mate. I take a bite, and the flavor is just as incredible as I had remembered. I close my eyes to focus on my senses, on the rich, creamy texture. That on is unnecessary. Just focus my senses. Flows a lot nicer. Tabuzo! Father, this is amazing! Thank you! Father's smile widens. You're very welcome. I'm glad someone got a chance to enjoy it. I gave Father a questioning look. Mother didn't want any? She left for work before it was finished. She said she didn't have time to wait this morning. I feel a tinge of sadness. Mother is extremely dedicated to her profession, which I have always admired. But I feel bad for Father,
that she didn't take an extra moment to try the food after he made such a special effect. Such a special effect. Huh. Wording. I don't know, that... After he went through the effort to do that, I feel like would flow a lot better and make a little more sense. I don't know. I eat slowly, partially because of my change in mood, but also to savor the meal. As I get up to clean my dishes, Father takes something out of the refrigerator. He holds 2 bento boxes. I know what he's about to say. He has done this several times before. I was making you lunch, and I had enough extra that I thought you could bring some for Natsuki if she's interested. I stand in stunned silence for a moment before I'm able to react. Thank you so much, Dad. I know she will appreciate this. His kindness never ceases to amaze me. I hope that I can always remember to treat others as well as he treats me. I believe we call that the golden rule, Yuri. You set such a good example. I always try to think about what you would do when I'm around other people. I lower my head. I just wish I could actually talk to them. I can feel my eyes starting to water. Father put a hand on my shoulder.
Yuri, I know it can be difficult for you to find the right words around others. Everyone has something they struggle with. Apparently in this mod, yeah, that's what we're going with, Oreo. Apparently that's what we're doing. On a different note, how was your day, mate? We all have to learn to be comfortable with ourselves, even if there are things we would like to change. What I want most for you is to see what I see. That you are already perfect just as you are, right now, today.
His words sink in, and I can't help myself from reaching out to hug him. I know that I shouldn't be showing so much affection, but my father has never made me feel uncomfortable about it.
I'm sure it does, mate. And if the Dokiverse sounds appealing, check out Sanzy Boy's Dokiverse series.
He hugs me back tightly for several moments. Then he takes a step back to look me in the eye.
Ooh, nice. Don't ever feel like you need to change yourself to meet anyone else's expectations.
I rub my eyes with my sleeve. Not even Mother? Father seems to take a moment to think before responding.
Your mother wants the best for you, same as I do. She and I just have different ideas about how that should happen.
I look down at the ground again.
Yuri, we can talk more about this again anytime you like. Excuse me. Need a space there. Right now, though, you should probably get going if you're going to meet up with Natsuki.
I place the boxes in my bag and start to walk out. Father sits down on the couch and restarts his laptop.
For this game? There's hundreds, mate. There's a reason my playlist for DDLC mods, like the archive, is well over 100 streams. And that's, not even a new mod every stream. Imagine if there's an alternate version of me who is actually married to an actual Monica variant.
Shh! Don't give her ideas! As I open the door, I stop and turn back to him. Father? He turns to me with a look that lets me know I can tell him anything. Missing a word there. Thank you. For everything.
Yeah, and that's, if we're just talking about full releases, there's demos too. And the demos are honestly some of my favorite things to check out.
Stepping outside, I begin the walk to school. As usual, my thoughts are going a mile a minute. I start to think through an imaginary conversation, something I do all too often.
I've been there, Yuri. I've been there. Also, that needs to be capitalized.
I'm oblivious to everyone around me, until my concentration is broken by the shouts of a laundry pole driver. I suddenly realize I've almost passed the intersection where I usually meet up with Natsuki.
You'd be fucking famous, mate, if you actually did that. I can see the headlines now. That would be amazing. That would be a world worth living to see. Good lord. That came off darker than I intended. I apologize. I'm not even gonna say anything. That's a classic right there.
I was so caught up in my thoughts, I don't even remember the walk here. I look back in the direction I came, noticing details that I passed by moments ago, until another voice grabs my attention.
Did you forget something? Don't tell me you have to run back home. Who are you, strange apparition? Also, you need an extra T there. Yo, Cerberus. Super Spin Digital. Oh, was there an update? He actually released the demo today, so yeah, if you want to try it out for yourself, if you weren't here for the playthrough, or you just want to look at it yourself, check it out. Oh, right, we were talking about that last night. I looked up the Steam page. I believe I wishlisted it. Anywho.
I turned to see Natsuki approaching.
Ah, it's just you. It's just you, pink gremlin.
Good morning, Natsuki. I just wasn't paying much attention to what I was doing. You need to stop zoning out so much. You have to be aware of your surroundings, so you can be ready to act on a moment's notice. Like me. For example, you see that guy coming towards us? Natsuki tilts her head forward in the direction of a man on the same side of the street as us. He's another 6 or 7 minutes away, but I'm already prepared to knock him on his ass if he so much as blinks in our direction. Coincidentally, at this same moment, the man crosses over to the other side of the street. Smart move. Just then, I remember the lunch made for Natsuki. I start to unzip my bag. I have something for you. Father packed it. I hold the bento box out to her. He sent me another one? Your dad is the best. Tell him I said thank you. He is pretty thoughtful.
Also, it needs to be a cap. No scroll wheel. Okay.
He knows he doesn't have to keep doing this, right? I mean, I appreciate it more than I can say, but I hope he doesn't feel obligated to always be looking out for me.
I do not know why, Michael. I do not know.
I give her a reassuring smile. I'm sure he doesn't do it out of any feeling of obligation. He just likes to help others whenever he can, and he knows how important you are to me. Natsuki doesn't respond. She just continues holding on to the box, looking at it with an expression of awe.
Ooh. I don't imagine the full release will be anytime soon since you just put out the demo, but I'm looking forward to that day, Zach. That is going to be an epic day.
Good morning, ladies!
We see Monica briskly rounding a corner.
Hey, Monica. You seem full of energy, as usual. A morning run always does the trick. Once these endorphins are released, I'm all set. I'm sure I need to be more active myself. except that I never get around to it, since I like staying in bed too much. It needs a cap and it needs an extra O, but I can relate, Yuri. I didn't go anywhere today. I pretty much just sat in my room and played Pokemon today. All I really have to do now in Violet is just Terra raids now. But with the way my team is now, I feel like I need to get stronger to compensate for the AI teammates. And unlike, Gen 8 with Dynamax, I don't even know if that will be enough, because these types of battles in Gen 9, the Terra raids, seem very different. I mean, Christ. I got stonewalled by a 5-star Appleton that was Terra Water. Even though I had my level mid 70 level Meowscarada that has an auto crit super effective move, I still ran out the clock before I fainted the thing. So if that's not a sign that I need to get stronger to solo those, I don't know what will. Like, I literally could not win even with a super effective auto crit move being spammed. It's kind of nuts. And apparently that's not even the most difficult raid, the 5-star. I'm pretty sure they go up to 7-star in this game. Rick and Morty enter through a portal and exit into Sayori's house. They hear someone falling over, followed by the sound of constricted breathing and choking. Uh-oh. You gotta let the world play out. If you think you'd like to try running, you should meet up with me every morning. We could go together. You too, Natsuki. Having a running partner can be really motivating. You're missing an extra L, and I could see it, I guess. Maybe you could race each other. Oh, we would never be able to keep. We could start out slow to see how you like it. I would go at a pace that's comfortable for both of you. Ever the tactician. Natsuki changes the subject before Monica can get us to commit to anything. You need an A there if you're talking about A. If you're talking about a tactician, and I think your finger got jammed in between the O and the P key for a second there. Because, yeah, tactician. Monty, I need you to move for a second. Looks something like this. Just a thought. That's why I'm here. Monica, didn't you say last week you had some news you were planning to share? Oh, do tell. She smiles proudly. I absolutely do, but I'm saving it until we're all at the club. No, not really, Imprudent. There's some misspellings and missed capital letters, but outside of that, I mean, it feels pretty, I guess I would say pretty standard for a mod. Because, I mean, one, we're looking through Yuri's perspective, and it's got its own kind of story going on here. It just feels like a slice of life right now, but that's because we're looking at it through Yuri's eyes. Can't just leave us in suspense all day. For real, tell us what's going on. Sorry, it wouldn't be fair to Sayori. It's what you're best at, girl. Leaving people on the hook. We step into the school entrance and head for our lockers. See you both after school. Bye, Monica. I begin to remove my shoes. While changing into my indoor shoes, I can't help but look around nervously. Natsuki closes her locker and looks at me. Do you want me to stay with you until you're done? Thank you, but no. I can't always be relying on you just to get through the school day. Okay, well, just let me know if anyone messes with you. Bye, Natsuki. Natsuki walks off to go to her classroom. Despite what I said to Natsuki, I do feel anxious that I might see the girls who have been bothering me. Luckily, I finish without incident and head to class. Could do with a past tense there. Oh, that's different. Different club room. Classroom. Needs a capital there. But as I turn into my classroom, a girl I am friendly with follows me in. Hello, Ray. How are you, Yuri? Did you get a chance to finish the assignment? Ray is referring to a group project we are working on with 2 other students. Each of us were supposed to write a short critique of a novel chosen from a list that the teacher provided. Yeah, I finished it pretty quickly. Of course you did. I hand my page over to her. As our group leader, she's responsible for collecting and submitting all of our work. I got through mine without too much trouble, but I'm still completely stressed. I looked over Dan's paper and it's unsalvageable. Well, that's too bad, Ray. Ray does look pretty upset. That needs to be capped. That needs to be T-O-O. 2 is one of the most confusing English words. Anything else? And you're missing a period there. Do you want me to take a look at it? Would you mind? I really can't tell if he didn't understand the directions or just didn't care. Or both. Maybe I could expand on what he's written? Ray hands me over the page. Anything you can do with it would be great. It can't get any worse than it is now. I scan over the assignment. It does look like it was written by a 4th grader. Just then the teacher stands to begin class. It quickly puts the assignment... you mean I quickly put the assignment away. You have an extra letter there. I'm not sure if that was just an autocorrect derp moment, or if you bumped T while you were going to Q and you just didn't notice. I don't know. It just baffles me how these things happen. And we get ready to take notes. Needs an S there. Time for another day of straining to keep my mind from wandering. Good luck with that, Yuri. Lunchtime. I step out onto the roof. Just as I'd hoped, there was no one else here. Could do with a past tense there. I'd hoped. None of my friends have the same lunch period as I do, so every day I eat alone. I'm sure if one of them were able, they would accompany me, especially the other members of the literature club. We started growing closer since we began meeting up outside of school. Yeah, a lot of not understanding when to use past tense in the writing so far. Last month, we all watched one of Monica's tennis matches, then went out to lunch together. Oh, that sounds fun. I would love to play tennis with you someday. I guess for now we'll just have to settle on Pong. Maybe after we're done here. No, who knows? Afterwards, we went back to her house to work on some ikebana. It was relaxing. I do not know what ikebana is, or if I'm even pronouncing that right. So, if I am pronouncing that wrong, do forgive me. I'm gonna pull up the obligatory bullshit window here. Ooh. Let me change that.
Let me pop it. There we go. The Japanese art of flower arranging, blossoms, branches, leaves, and stems finds new life as materials for art making. In contrast to the Western habits of casually placing flowers in a vase, Ikebana aims to bring out the inner qualities of flowers and other life materials to express emotion. Interesting. Interesting. I did not know that. That's one of my favorite things about these mods. I get to learn little factoids like that. And that's always satisfying in its own right. Sayori said that next time we get together, we should have a karaoke night. Oh god. This again. I always do like seeing what songs different authors associate with the Dokis, so that's always something that's cool to see. I'm not sure about that one. Oh, I know you and Natsuki would be opposed to that. I think Natsuki would be a maybe. Monika and Sayori would obviously want to do it. And Yuri would just be like, no, God forbid I have to do this. After my last was finished, I head to the room where the literature club always meets. We always use the first part of our session to finish homework. That will give me a chance to rewrite Dan's summary. As I'm about to enter, I notice through the window that Natsuki is already inside, sitting at a desk with her head in her hands. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Ooh. I'm guessing this is just in some kind of autocorrect derp. Because that's happened twice now. That can't be a coincidence. I sit down in the desk next to Natsuki. Oh. Hey there, you look pretty frustrated. Natsuki looks up at me, clearly distressed. I can't imagine a situation in my adult life where I'm going to need to remember how to balance chemical equations. I don't plan on going into pharmaceuticals. I didn't care much for stoichiometry either. I was glad when our class finished that unit. But even through it... I think you mean though. No R in though. But even though it seemed complicated at first, I was able to complete the assignments without too much struggle. 2 as in 200. That's how school has always been for me. I maintain a high grade point average, even though I rarely seem to put much effort into most of my subjects. Well, you put in the work, the results speak for themselves. Okay, well, which problem are you working on? I try to explain the steps in the simplest terms I can, while leading her towards finding the answers for herself. On one hand, it would make sense that I picked up on how to explain things to people from my mother. The truth is, I feel like Mother and I are very different in almost every way. I often wonder how I became so patient and understanding, when she is always so easily flustered. Maybe it was a desire to not be like that, to be different. I don't know, Yuri. I don't know. After I finished helping Natsuki, I decide to read for a little while. I take out Father's novel, which I'll be rereading again to see if my interpretation has changed. I got distracted for a moment by a conversation the other girls were having. Sayori is talking about bringing a friend who might want to join the club. Natsuki is complaining because this friend is a boy, which causes Sayori to raise the pitch of her voice in defense. That's funny, Zach. I thought that was really hilarious that happened in your in the link you provided, the Google Drive link for your mod. Because holy shit, that was funny when I checked the Reddit page. I'm just like, that's gotta be a sign, right? Because that is too perfect. For that to happen with your mod's Google Drive link, it's gotta be a sign. It's gotta be a sign of things to come.
I admire how enthusiastic she always is, but she talks so loud. It takes some effort to tune them out. Zerm. Once again, finger getting jammed between the keys. You need an E. You need an E. After about 15 pages, one passage in particular catches my attention. Some of the lines in this section sound very familiar. In fact, they might be referencing another well-known work. I can't remember the name of the author, but I think it was a French novella. Something really influential. I think maybe from the existentialist movement? I don't know. Uh-oh. I walk over to the closet. Needs a comma. Hoping that on some off chance... Excuse me. We may have a copy of the book I'm trying to remember. Who was that? Sarde? Before I finish checking the shelves, I hear someone approaching. I turn to see Sayori coming over. Hi, Sayori. Did you need something out of here? She smiles. I'm just looking for a pen. Monika's on my case about finishing my homework. How about you? Were you looking for something? I turn back towards the closet with a puzzled look. I thought we might have a book I was thinking about. I realized I was completely blocking the doorway from Sayori.
Oh, I totally understand, Zach. Because you never know how it's going to be received. You don't know until you put it out there what, the public is going to think. And it's impossible to predict. But I've got faith in you, dude. I've got faith in you, Zach. I've got faith in what you've made. Ah, yes. You finally made it, Ninja. How are you doing, mate?
I'm sorry. Here, I think there might be some pens in the box. She opens it to find several brightly colored gel pens.
Ooh, gel pens. Nice. I'm glad you're doing okay, because I had a pretty chill day today, honestly. I just played a bunch of Pokemon Violet. Did more post-game stuff.
Oh, this is so perfect! My favorite color! She holds up a pinkish orange pen. It is definitely not a common color for writing instruments.
Definitely sounds like something you'd find with a gel pen, alright.
Is that coral? Sayori smiles triumphantly, staring at the precious discovery in her hand. I hesitate, expecting her to head back to her desk, but she seems lost in the moment. I decided to speak up. So, I heard you mention that you were bringing a friend to the club. Would that be Ben? Her face widens with surprise.
I love this face. This face always makes me think she's like, oh, the gears in her head are turning. Yeah, this is the demo for Yuri's chapter that Ninja sent me here. It just kind of reads like a little slice of life so far. Nothing, nothing overly fancy, but a nice read so far. Some typos and misspellings I've been catching along the way. Been commenting those as I go, so if you rewatch from when I started, you can see all of those. The type of guy who'd put some chocolates next to a pack of glitter pens. That sounds like the perfect combination for Valentine's Day. Too bad it's well after Valentine's Day. We just started, so I don't even know if it's happened yet. We're looking at things through Yuri's perspective, so it's kind of hard to say where exactly we're at. But I want to say we're, before that's happened.
How did you know that? How could I not know that? Sayori is friendly with just about everyone, but there's only one boy she spends a significant amount of time with. I think you had mentioned several times before, you always speak very highly of him. To be honest, I have been a little jealous about this for a while now. When I see Sayori and Ben in the hall, they're always smiling and being playful with each other. I imagine it would be really gratifying to feel that comfortable around another person, especially a boy like Ben. You're always so good at figuring things out. I bet you'll make a great detective.
Don't tempt her, Sayori.
Sayori continues on before I can respond. What book is that? My book? Oh, it's Portrait of Markov. My father wrote it, actually. That's so cool! I didn't know he was a writer. Well, this is his only novel so far. He's outlined some ideas for a second book, but his work on the town paper has been keeping him busy.
Oh, okay, so he writes his own books as kind of a side hustle, but he writes for the local newspaper, like as a day job. Interesting. I wonder if he does any kind of journalism himself, or if he's just, writing the articles based on, what he gets from the journalists. I'm not too familiar with how that stuff works, because my only real experience with that sort of stuff is a journalism class that I took in high school, and that was almost 6 years ago. Or no, this year it's almost 7. Fuck. That's just wild to think about. So yeah, I don't really remember how all that stuff works. It's so weird when I don't see my colored text boxes now. Yeah, something to think about.
Really? What kinds of articles does he do? Oh, does he do restaurant reviews? That would be the best job ever!
I'm sure you would love to do that, Sayori.
Getting to try new places out and getting paid for it? Maybe I should start sharpening my writing skills. Hey, do you think he'll cover the grand opening for that new Indian restaurant?
Sayori finally pauses to take a breath. You just need one there. Someone made a cover of Hatsune Miku singing Bohemian Rhapsody. That's amazing. No S there. U and S are pretty far apart on the keyboard, so I'm not sure how that happened. That's not even like an autocorrect derp moment.
No, he's not a food critic. Although, we did talk about going to that opening, except that it's the same day as the festival, so I anticipated that I wouldn't want a big meal. Sayori's excitement level springs right back up to maximum. That's right! The festival is coming up! What do you think we'll end up doing? Her question elicits I
think you mean a slight, in which case you need an L.
a slight feeling of anxiety in me. It's a thought that has been troubling me lately. Well, I would really love to just spend the day enjoying the festival, but I don't know anyone who... Monica chooses this exact time to make one of her announcements. Okay, everyone, our daily designated homework time is over. Now we can resume our normal club activities. Sayori immediately becomes frantic. What? I haven't even started! What have you been doing this entire time? You know the school is strict on homework. I was playing games on my phone! Don't make me feel stressed!
Poor Sayori. I'll have to do extra time after school. everyone doesn't need to be capitalized. So something I should mention, cause when I went to the Reddit page, I initially grabbed this from here, then I went to this one, and they both downloaded the same thing. They both downloaded the same zip file. At least they're titled the same, so I just assumed they were the same thing. So if that is something I missed, then that is on me. They are different links, but like I said, at least the title of the zip files were exactly the same, so I assumed they were, they weren't mutually exclusive. Not all versions have separate titles. Well, that's something to consider for next time, because that's because if you're intending to patch something, that's not very intuitive to have the the patch and the original download be the exact same title, because that kind of thing can happen. If we don't finish this tonight, I will remember for next time to switch over to the newer version. So that is my mistake. For the next 10 minutes, I listened to Sayori loudly make excuses, needs an S, while Monica reiterates that her work will need to be finished regardless. I did the best that I could, mate. I made an assumption and I was wrong, so I will concede that I messed up. But I've already explained my case. That's just, proper etiquette to, have each version, clearly distinguishable from the older ones. For the next 10 minutes, I listened to Sayori loudly make excuses while Monica reiterates that her work will need to be finished regardless. I get very little reading done due to their exchange, but once Monica helps Sarah get started, she works quietly for the rest of the meeting. Eventually, Monica dismisses us and I head home for the day. When I get home, the first thing I see is Father putting away several bags of groceries. He must have just gotten back from shopping. Hello, Father. Were you able to get a lot done today? I set my bag down and begin helping by putting the canned goods in the cupboard. Welcome home, Shujo. Yes, I had a very productive day. How are things at school? He continues putting vegetables into the refrigerator. I was not as successful as you. Oh, really? Fascinating. I did not know that. Father gives me a quizzical look. Oh? What do you mean? Well, sorry, should I set these up here? That's cool. I hold up some boxes and gesture to the top of the refrigerator. Sure, that's fine. So you were saying?
Right, well, I was rereading several passages in Portrait of Markov, and I thought I found a reference to another novel, but I couldn't be sure. I couldn't remember the title, and we didn't have any copies I could find. Wrong word there. Father stops what he was doing and turns to me, smiling. I wait for him to speak, but he just looks at me. What? What is it?
You know, you really remind me of myself when I was your age.
The statement seems to come out of nowhere, confusing me even more. In what way?
How you always get so wrapped up in what you're reading. You haven't been thinking about this question all day, haven't you? Yep, I imagine a lot of the stuff I've been pointing out is stuff that's been fixed in the updated version, so just take it with a grain of salt, everything that I'm saying about the version I'm currently playing. Also, period there.
Well, yes, most of the afternoon. I reach into the last grocery bag and pull out 2 jars.
I'm sorry, Yuri. Here I have been letting you help me with these groceries and prying for information. What you probably want most after a long day is to relax for a bit.
That does sound nice, but Mother will want me to start on next week.
Your mother won't be home for another 45 minutes. Why don't you go get changed and have some time for yourself? You can ask me about the Portrait of Markov passage later today.
Sometimes I wonder if Father is too indulgent with me. Are you sure that...
Yes, Yuri. You work hard enough to deserve a break when you can get one.
Thank you, Father. I will. It's only then, as I reach up to put the last 2 jars away, that I notice one of the labels. Wait. Okonomiyaki sauce? What is this for?
I'm making it tonight. Surprise!
Thank you, Father. Don't set the table until I come down to help.
It's a deal.
I rush upstairs to change and get ready to read the final pages of my book.
Oh, yeah. Yes it was. In the version I'm playing, yes. That was in fact who you thought it was. Oop.
I rush upstairs to change and get ready to read the final pages of my book. Although, I can't help but feel a tinge of guilt about something my father just said.
Just got back with breakfast. Yeah, I know it's morning for you, mate.
About how I work really hard. I never said it to him, but I really don't feel like that's true. Most of my grades feel like they're just handed to me. I attend class, I do the work, and then I move on. I never request extra attention from any of the teachers, and I've never needed to speak with one after class. I guess most subjects just come to me naturally. But what about university? Will I be able to just coast by like I do now? Or am I in for a rude awakening?
I don't know, Yuri.
I realize I'm getting lost in my thoughts again. I wasted almost 10 minutes of the reprieve Father encouraged me to take.
Yeah, where have I seen that before?
If I get down to business, I should be able to finish reading this last section before dinner. But when I regained consciousness, I was lying in a fisherman's hut on one of the Loftin Islands. My 2 companions, safe and sound, were at my bedside, clasping my hands. We embrace each other wholeheartedly.
Yuri?
Just now, we can't even dream of returning to France. Travel between Upper Norway and the south is limited, so I have to wait for the arrival of a steamboat that provides bi-monthly service from North Cape. Yuri, where are you? So it is here, among these gallant people who have taken us in that I'm reviewing my narrative of these adventures. It is accurate. Not a fact has been exaggerated. It is the faithful record of this inconceivable expedition into an element now beyond human, but where progress will someday... Yuri!
Jesus, hello. Wake up. Where have I seen you before?
Didn't you hear me? Oh dear, I did it again, didn't I? Sorry, Mother, it was just my book. Dear, I understand. I know how much you get into your stories, but you still have to keep an ear out for me. Okay?
Interesting stuff, huh? Because you just went starry-eyed over there.
Yes, Mother. So, did you finish your work for this week? I did. So that means I should get a head start on next week's work. Mm-hmm. Always something else to do. There's always one more thing to do. That's what she's always told me. Always one more thing to do. Dinner is ready, dear. Okay, I'll be down in a moment. Nothing quite so frustrated as being forced to put down a book with just a page left.
I would just be like, screw it, I'm finishing that last page.
I follow my mother down. Father is waiting for me. He kept his promise. We set the table together, and I pour everyone a cup of the tea Mother brewed. We begin eating, and my mouth explodes in a symphony of flavor. Food heaven!
Something I'd expect to hear from Sayori. She must really enjoy it.
Oh, this okonomiyaki is the best.
I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but okay.
Slow down, dear. You'll make yourself sick. Oh dear. Was I eating too fast?
Wrong too.
I'm suddenly very aware of my parents' eyes on me. Not again. We were having a lovely dinner, and now I'm making a fool of myself, ruining it for my mother and father.
You don't have to be embarrassed, Yuri. Your mother's just looking out for you, that's all. I know she is.
He's right. Mom knows best. Continue eating, careful to control my pace this time. How is school going, dear? It's going fine. How about your friends? How are they doing? Dad looks up with an unreadable expression on his face. He looks almost sad.
How about Sayori? You heard from her recently?
Oh, Sayori. She's doing fine. We only really see each other at the literature club, and she's always busy talking to Monica. Actually, I heard her say she was going to bring someone new to the club this week. Oh, do I know her already? Well, it's a he, but you might know him. It's a friend she's known since they were really young. The conversation trails off. It feels like it should come to some sort of conclusion, but our words seem to unpoetically die in the air. We continue eating in silence.
I'm not sure how that leads to an awkward silence, but alright, your story.
By the way, I wanted to ask. My parents' eyes returned to me. Someone at school invited me to a sort of get-together. Both of my parents give me puzzled looks, then Dad smiles warmly. It's next Tuesday. I was wondering if I could... Come on, Yuri, spit it out! Why is it so hard to ask? Why is it hard to talk to even my own parents? if I could go. Maybe it's because part of me is scared of going. Maybe it would be easier if they just said no. I don't think that's a good idea, Yuri. School starts the next day. You'll need your rest. Honey, I think we should... No! No, I spoke too loudly. Stupid. Calm down, Yuri. No, Dad. It's alright. It's a stupid question anyways. Gather up my dishes and head to the kitchen. Missing a word there. As I begin washing the dishes, I hear my parents in the dining room. But why? Yuri is such a promising young lady. She doesn't need to waste her time at parties. And Sayori bringing this boy to her club. This isn't what she needs. She doesn't need more distractions. Distractions? It's just another kid. He happens to be a boy. What issues do you have with that? That kind of dynamic is only going to cause her trouble. Right now she's doing very well, and I don't want anything to jeopardize that. Kane, you're stifling her. I'm stifling her? I'm helping keep doors open for her. I want her to have opportunities in life. Do you want her to have to settle for a career she isn't motivated to succeed in? Of course I want her to be able to do what she loves. Before that can happen, she needs to experience other areas of life. She's not going to learn independence or how to make good decisions if all she does is schoolwork. Studying and working hard is how she will reach her full potential. She can achieve anything she wants if she puts the effort in. You say you want her to have choices, but what you're actually doing is limiting her options. Doing well in school could help her find a high-paying job, but it might not be the right one for her. Yeah, I'm with the father on this one. And this is something you and I have discussed before, that so many students fall into the trap of like, oh, I have to go to college because, as Monica would say, we're at the height of this modern expectation where everyone's expected to go to college. And so people end up, choosing a field not because they're necessarily passionate about it, but because they think it'll get them some kind of job after college, some kind of decent paying job. Already halfway through the new song XP level-wise. Nice, Cerberus. But yeah, it's like they don't take into consideration, other options. Like going into a trade or some kind of profession that values, time and experience more than formal training. Because, believe it or not every field you necessarily need to go to school for. Are they the best paying? No, but it's something to keep in mind when you're making that decision, ultimately. They don't really teach us about stuff like that. Something you kind of have to get out into the real world and just experience for yourself, because a lot of schools, I feel, try to push kids towards college, even if they don't necessarily know what they want to do. They're like, oh, just take generals, get your GED, like whatever. And it's like, well, what if you just want to get straight into the workforce, save up some early money, get some experience in what it's like? Just saying. So I'm with him here. It's, fine if, you're going to a university or a community college if you already know what you want to do. But I was one of those people that never knew what they wanted to do, and, well, here I am. So, yeah. That's what I feel like Yuri's mother doesn't really understand, or is just willfully ignorant of. Because, she has a set path in mind for her daughter, and sees, what her husband is saying as a threat to that. Because, it's painfully obvious
the way she sees this, friend of Sayori's, this boy, as a threat to that. Like, this line here is particularly telling in that case. I don't want anything to jeopardize that. Because all she cares about is how well that she's doing. She doesn't, bother to ask Yuri what she really wants to do. And I don't know if Yuri knows. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. But you need to sit down and, discuss these things. She might end up financially successful, but will she want to stay in a position where she doesn't feel any joy or passion? To be able to make these kinds of choices, she needs to know who she is, and that doesn't happen by just studying all day. My eyes begin watering. I only now realize that I finished washing my dishes several minutes ago. I have been standing idle by the sink with the water running. I know that it's wrong for me to be listening in on this argument between my parents. I turn the water off. Look, I care about Yuri very much. You understand that, don't you? Oh, I understand that. It's just you need to see that what you're doing isn't, going to be healthy for her in the long run. That's what I think we need to help you understand. We both do. Then we should be working together to help her as best we can. Yeah, it seems they have very different ideas on how to meet that description. You're not listening. That is pretty funny, Kodiko. Also, how are you doing? Found the menu screen of this on Google today. That's funny. You're not listening. Look, think about how you see her behave around other people. Does she seem like someone who's confident with who she is? Oh, whoa! That's news. That's news. I can't wait to see it in that case. That's awesome. Someone who accepts herself, even if there are things about her she wishes she could change. Yuri is extremely perceptive. She picks up on anything that makes her feel different from other people. If she isn't comfortable with who she is, she can misinterpret those differences to mean that something's wrong with her. Well, now you're talking about her like she's mentally ill or something. That's not what I'm saying at all. My point is that it can be harmful to focus too much on what we consider to be our flaws. Context? This is Yuri's chapter of this mod that we're playing. That our boy Ninja made for us. Well, so we are currently in Yuri's perspective. Right now, listening in on an argument that happened after dinner. That's some context. So yeah, that's what's happening here. Just in case. Yeah, there you go. Yuri's mom is being overprotective. She needs to be secure enough to move ahead even when she experiences self-doubt. These are things that everyone goes through. My fear is that Yuri might not be aware that it's normal to have these feelings. Alright, well, I appreciate you dropping by, Koniko. I'm not even playing the most up-to-date version of this mod, because I got confused about the release page. Like, there's two different links, but they both, download a zip file with the same title, so I assumed they were one and the same. You'd think I would know better, but no, I just wanted to get things rolling. So I saw the same zip file, and I'm like, oh, okay. They've got to be the same thing, right? That's a fun emote. I love that. I don't know where you got that, but that's awesome. I also worry that she experiences these emotions even more intensely than most kids her age. So you do think something's wrong with her? I think what's wrong is that she doesn't have any time to get to know other people and build connections. Right now, we're the only support system she has, and you see how uncomfortable we made her feel just by trying to ask us for some time to relax with friends. What happy memories will she have to look back on if all she's allowed to do with her free time is read by herself? That is a very valid quote. I'm grabbing that for future reference. That is a powerful quote. What happy memories will she have to look back on if all she's allowed to do with her free time is read by herself? Dad sounds more emotional than I think I ever hear him get. I can't listen to this anymore. I cover my face with my sleeves and head for the stairs as quickly as I can. The voices in the living room go silent. Just tell her to play Google Translate. Oh god. I let myself fall onto my bed, my head in my hands. Why do I have to ruin everything? It's my fault Mom and Dad had this argument. The one who can't talk to people. I'm the one who trips over the simplest exchange with another person. Please, Yuri, don't fear your parents apart. Please, please, Yuri, don't hurt them any more than you have. I need to get away, drown the noise. I need to pick up my book and stop. Oh, I noticed it, Koniko. No, it won't work. The noise is too loud. I can't stop it with a story this time. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. My knife glints invitingly from my desk. It's the blue one with the silver handle. Even today, after looking at it thousands of times, its beauty is mesmerizing. It feels like it's calling to me. Need a K and an apostrophe. And just something to keep in mind. Like I said, this isn't the most updated version of the game. So, some of this stuff I've been pointing out might have already been fixed in the updated version. I move towards it. It offers release. It promises escape from my troubles. It feels as though someone else is controlling me, leading me to grasp the handle. Insert word. Yuri? Oh no. I drop the knife and it clatters against the desk. May I come in? Sorry. Can come back if this isn't a good time. No, please, come in. He enters. I can see conflicting emotions in his look. He's trying to project warmth and kindness, but he can't hide his concern. I'm guessing you overheard your mother and I arguing earlier. Yuri, I want you to know that it's normal for parents to disagree sometimes, and that it's never your fault. We both love you very much, and we want to be sure we always do what's best for you. Sometimes families need to have these discussions to help clarify just what that is. His eyes are tearing up. He looks like he's already been crying earlier. He looks down. Dear. I guess we know where you get your sensitive side from, don't we? We just want you to find what makes you happy. He says I shouldn't blame myself that they argued, but it happened because of all the things that I do wrong. It's not her fault that I can't talk to people. You know that, right? Dad's face changes to a look of hurt. So you do think it's your fault this happened?
I can't find the words to answer him. Oh, Yuri. How can I help you understand that you haven't done anything wrong? What are you, on the mother's side?
Yeah, Hugh. Got a finger jammed between I and O.
He pulls me close, wrapping his arms around me. I can't hold it in anymore. I start sobbing.
Listen to me. You've nothing to be ashamed of. You're perfect just the way you are. Ah. Welcome to stream, Aternans. How are you today? You might have things about yourself you wish you could change, but everyone does. I want you to learn to love who you are as much as Mom and I do, even when you have those thoughts. Can we work on making that happen? I nod slowly. I hope you mean that. I'm gonna give you some space now, but your mother and I are always here for you anytime you need us. It's what families do. As he turns to leave, something catches his attention. Oh, hey! Is that the knife from Kyoto? The knife is on the floor. I hadn't seen it fall there when I dropped it. Be sure to pick that up. Wouldn't want you to end up cutting yourself. I wince a little. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to notice. Good night, Yuri. And please remember what I said. All of it, okay? I don't think he meant it that way. I don't know if that's something that Yuri has, revealed to them, or if that's something that they know about. So, he's oblivious. Good night, Father. Thank you. As soon as he closes the door, I scramble to put the knife back. I look it over, admiring its design. As I run my finger along the blade, need a you. The feelings that led me to reach for it seem to have passed. Thank you, Dad. I put the knife in my bag for another time. I lie back down with my book, finally ready to finish. Oh, is it only 144p for you? Hopefully the quality gets better soon for you, mate. Day 1. So the first... That was it for the prologue day, I suppose. I wake up very suddenly to see that it's still early. Alright, thanks for dropping by, Koniko. Best of luck with the mod you're working on, Starlight. I'll be looking forward to when the demo drops, because I'd love to play it. My alarm won't go off for another 20 minutes. I don't just pop awake like this. Also, I feel more rested than usual. I don't know what I did differently, but it's like I slept very deeply last night. I suddenly remember something Father and I talked about how everyone has negative thoughts sometimes, how you have to be confident enough to not let those thoughts influence you. How do you learn how to do that? I feel like my thoughts are out of my control most of the time. Do other people experience this? How do they handle it? I don't know. You gotta learn. You gotta find out. 15 minutes later, I make my way downstairs to see Mother saying goodbye to Father as she leaves for the day. She starts walking out the door, but stops when she notices me in the room. Good morning, Yuri. How are you feeling? Pretty good, actually. I think maybe something Father said put me in the... I think maybe something Father put in the okonomiyaki helped me sleep better than usual. Mother looks at Father, who shrugs. Well, I'm glad you're feeling rested. Come and see me at the teacher's room during lunch, and we can talk, okay? Yes, Mother. Have a good day. You too.
Father returns to the kitchen. There's a bento box sitting half full. He begins to finish packing it. He looks over to me as he works.
What's the smile for?
Smile? I don't know. Now that he mentions it, I am feeling a little different.
I remember that from what you showed me on the Discord server the other night.
Can't quite put my finger on what it is, but it's as if I'm feeling relief from a burden. A burden that I didn't realize was even there until it had lessened. Father, last night, you said something about how I need to learn not to let my thoughts bother me so much.
He stops packing. Do you think that it might be true?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it feels that way. How will I know if that's happening?
Well, one way you can tell is if you find yourself thinking in extremes. Let's say you saw a cute boy that you wanted to talk to.
Father!
Not teasing you. It's a very normal thing to want to do at your age. But imagine that you end up not knowing what to say and lose your chance. Oh, I know you are, Zach. How do you react in your mind? Do you tell yourself, I'll never be able to talk to other people and give up completely? Or do you acknowledge that it didn't go how you wanted this time and think about what you could do differently if you tried again?
Try again? I would be so mortified. Is that what I'm doing wrong? Letting myself feel bad about things I shouldn't? So, how do people learn to do that? I mean, stopping these kinds of thoughts.
Exactly. How can you learn to do that? That's what I want you to decide. There isn't one set way. People have a variety of techniques they use in these situations.
Oh?
I would say the first step might be to go over some options and see if anything feels like something you could try. But do you want to know the good news? Whether you believe it or not, the reality is it's 100% doable.
For me?
For anyone. No one has to let their thoughts control their lives. The trick is to have the life you want by learning to control your thoughts.
Father hands me my lunch.
The other good news? You'll never have to deal with it alone. You have people who care that will be there for you anytime you need them.
I still had questions for Father, and I'm pretty sure he had more he wanted to say.
Need a cap.
For now, I need to get going. At least I can take comfort in the thought that maybe things can change for me. Up ahead, I see Natsuki waiting. She's holding a tray, but she keeps turning her head like she's watching something. As I get closer, there are less people in the way, and I'm able to follow her line of sight over to a pair of students. That's Sayori and Ben, right? Greetings, Natsuki. Hey, Yuri. As Natsuki and I walk along together, I notice that she is slowly edging closer and closer to Sayori and her friend. We can now clearly hear every word of their conversation. All Sayori's words, at least. Ben's voice actually has some dynamic range, so he speaks more quietly at times. Sayori, projects across the neighborhood. Yay! I'm so happy! You know, I even planned on inviting you today. Oh, hell no! Natsuki isn't even trying to be subtle about eavesdropping to them.
No, Natsuki does not know what the word subtle means.
Yuri, it's impolite to listen to other people's conversations. Give it a rest, Yuri. It's not like Sayori is using her inside voice. But still, I don't finish my sentence. I can tell we'll get into one of our arguments if I pursue this any further. We don't talk the rest of the way. I thought that by the time we made it to school, Natsuki would have moved on from our little argument, but she still looks upset. I don't want her to feel upset all morning. Natsuki, I'm sorry if I was too judgmental earlier. Oh, no, that's no big deal. Need an S. She seems distracted. Is something else bothering you? Natsuki looks at me like I have 3 heads.
I'm not Cerberus, okay?
Of course there's something wrong. Don't you think it's weird this new guy just suddenly wants to join the literature club? He's been paying less and less attention to Sarah for who knows how long, and now all of a sudden he wants to come to a book club with her? And she knows this how?
Finger jammed between H and N.
I don't buy it. Something's going on and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Well, it's true that I've never seen Ben walking around with stacks of novels in his arms. But what sinister motivation could he have for joining an after-school club?
There we go. Had to reposition the window.
Isn't it obvious? I'm at a complete loss.
We must preserve your naivety, Yuri. It's too precious.
He wants attention from a group of girls. He's tired. He tried to be a lonely otaku loser, but he doesn't have the balls to come out and confess to anyone.
Welcome to Conspiracy Town. Population, Natsuki. Okay, Yuri, that was good. That was good.
Don't be so sure! But even if he is, I don't think he would get away with anything when there's 4 of us around. Don't underestimate the desperation of a fanboy. All that anime they watch fills their heads with tons of sick shit. Natsuki points her finger at me, continuing to look at me in the eyes as she veers off towards the locker.
Needs another F.
As I'm changing footwear, I see Ben making Sayori laugh. They have such a carefree rapport. It looks so easy for them.
Right?
At that moment, Ben turns, locking eyes with me. His expression changes. Sayori, still shaking her head with laughter, doesn't notice. What is that look he's giving me? Why am I still looking back? How is it that I haven't looked away or felt uncomfortable? Sayori's voice causes me to finally look back to my locker. You're funny, Ben. I'll see you later. She's leaving. Is he not following her? Oh, she seems to be leading him somewhere. As they turn the corner, he looks back, and we briefly make eye contact again. Then they're gone.
This is kind of interesting. Seeing a different perspective on the events of the game like this.
What happened just now?
Kind of getting a more expanded look into the days of the game from a different perspective. You know, obviously there's other stuff going on as well. This isn't quite the same boy that we know and love.
Ray is talking to another student at the front of the class. I stop to take out the assignment I revised. I wait until she finishes her conversation before I approach. Hi, here's what I came up with for Dan's report. She scans over the page quickly and seems pleased. This is so much better. Thank you for doing this. I just got Lily's assignment too, so I'll turn in our project today. We head to our seats. Someone told me Ben is joining your literature club?
That's a little redundant. The "in" is repeated twice. That's a little redundant.
I think he probably will, yes. Where would she hear that?
She must know Sayori.
Seems kind of weird to me. I wouldn't have thought he would be interested since I never see him reading anything. Well, I guess you could say that it's weird any of us have ever thought to be in a literature club, considering that we have never been required to study any. But it's interesting to hear that Ray thinks it's suspicious too.
Yeah. Needs an eye.
Not feeling especially hungry, I only eat an apple for lunch. I reread some more passages of Markov while on my walk to meet Mother. I hope there aren't too many people in the teacher's room right now. I have a feeling our discussion may hit on some sensitive topics. Needs another O, that too. Mother can be intimidating at times. Today I'm actually a little excited. She asked me to meet. After talking with Father this morning, I'm very curious about her perspective on dealing with negative thoughts.
Yes.
I don't hear too much noise as I approach the door, so maybe we'll have some privacy.
We can only hope, Yuri.
As it turns out, the room is more than half full, but people seem to be using quieter tones. I toss my apple in the garbage and head for Mother's desk. Another student appears to be asking a question about an assignment. Whatever her answer was, it was short. The other person is already walking away. Hello, Mother. She doesn't look up at the sound of my voice. Just a moment, Yuri. She finishes filling in some sort of spreadsheet, then closes her planner. Done! I'm ready for some one-on-one time with my talented, hard-working daughter. I smile shyly and look down, enjoying the flattery. So, tell me what's been going on? Well, I think I'm beginning to understand what the problem might be. Okay, that's good. A necessary step in solving any issue. It's just that...
Okay.
I tilt my head to the side, think about how to best word this. Mother can tell I am concentrating on what to say next. It's okay, take your time. Thank you, Mother. Well, Father was saying that maybe I let myself believe things that aren't true, and that it keeps me from trying things. Trying things? Did somebody offer you something? What if she... Does she think I mean drugs? No, nothing like that. It's just that I get into these patterns of thoughts and I don't know, maybe there's a way I can take control of it. Patterns of thoughts. You mean thinking about boys? No, not that either. Not just boys. I mean not girls either. Not that way. I'm not talking about romantic relationships. You know that I don't really talk to many people, right? Of course. You're very focused. You avoid spending time on anyone who would distract you with idle school gossip. I do? I guess I didn't realize that's what was happening.
No, now you're just making her think that it's a good thing that she's doing what she does. And that's not healthy either.
Is this about Sayori's friend? No. Why would you... Well, it's clear that something is on your mind. Change like this can be very disruptive. Disruptive to finishing schoolwork?
Alright, you have a nice night, Zach. Thanks for hanging out. Also, welcome to stream, Ant. How are you doing tonight?
Absolutely. What exactly do you know about this boy? Ben? Well, I have seen him pass by the halls, but I never actually spoke to him. Why do you suppose he wants to start coming to the literature club at this point in the school year? Maybe because of Sayori? Yes, it is. Don't you think it's concerning that this boy wants to stay after school to read literature with an all-girls club?
Well, this particular demo is focused on Yuri's perspective of the mod, but I'll actually let the author here, Ninja, explain it for you. I'll let you take the wheel from here, because you know it a lot better than I do.
I guess I should have expected this. I don't know why I thought she might actually want to talk about her own daughter's well-being. I think it's probably fine. Monica won't let anything happen. Monica is a young lady, the same as you, susceptible to the same entanglements that boys can cause. which is why I let him know in no uncertain terms that if he tried anything, he would answer to me.
Yep, I do remember this moment as well from the little preview of the build you showed me on the server, Ninja. So I can tell you for a fact that that did happen. They did meet before this point in the story. Yeah, from what I understand, when, starting a new game, you have the choice of whose, chapter you want to see, basically allowing you to see the story from multiple points of view. This demo is just for Yuri's perspective, so that's why I called it the Yuri demo, because we can only see Yuri's perspective for now, but he's working on the mod currently. It's still in development. Also, I should tell you that I don't have the most up-to-date version here, because when I was grabbing this before stream, getting this set up, these two links led to what looked like the same zip file on my end, so I just assumed that they were one and the same and that they were updated. That one of them was updated or something, but no, they are different. They just have the same title. So that's a mistake on my part. Yep, I'm sure that actual contents of the zip files themselves are different. Yeah, this one is the one that I checked second after I grabbed this. But like I said, after I grabbed this and got it, installed, I went and checked this, and, they were one and the same. If I try it again here, let's see. Did I click the same link twice? So it's even worse than I thought. Okay, I did just derp and click the wrong thing twice. Alright, well, if this goes to part 2, then I'll fix it next time. It's always something, dude. It's always something. So, yeah, if you wanna poke fun at me, girl, I give you all the material in the world to work with, so here's another one for you. So that is an even bigger oof moment.
You did what? Mother, what did you say to him? Look, I'm just looking out for you and your friends. I don't want to see you or the club take unnecessary risks.
Yeah, as Zach put it before he left, overprotective. Yuri's mother is very clearly overprotective.
I have suddenly lost all interest in this conversation.
Yeah, Yuri, I can imagine you've had quite a few conversations like this. It must be rather tiring.
Mother, my stomach is bothering me. I think I need to use the restroom while I still have some time left in lunch break. Oh, great, just what we need. Now you got food poisoning? What have you eaten? I take a step back. Just some fruit. I'm sure it'll be fine, though. I turn and walk away before she can think of any other risks I might encounter. Father's words from this morning echo in my thoughts. You'll have to deal with it alone. Could just axe that. You have people who care that will be there for you anytime you need them. I hope there isn't anyone on the roof right now.
Ooh, I don't like where that's going.
Thankfully, I'm alone. Why did I think anything would change? Why did I think Mother might see things differently just because she and Father had one discussion about me? She decided what my needs were a long time ago. She's not going to take any new information into account.
Clearly, yeah, she's stuck in her ways about this. And that needs to change if things are going to get better, Yuri. Unfortunately, she seems like the stubborn type.
That's who she is. It's who she's always been.
It's really fascinating to get this kind of perspective on Yuri's family life. This is something I have not gotten to really delve into with too many mods before now. So this is quite interesting to see, I must say.
Needs an S. Maybe people can't really help the way they are. If she's stuck the way she is, maybe I'll always be the way I am.
That is not true, Yuri. That is not true.
I don't know why I let myself believe I could change anyway. I've always known that will never happen. I look down at my bag. Down near the bottom, almost completely covered, the sun catches a glimmer off of a small area of exposed metal. I could do it right now. It would be easy. It could take as long as I wanted and make up some excuse why I was late getting back from lunch. I could tell them I was in the restroom. I could tell them I was talking with Mother. No one was gonna check them on me. No one was gonna check my story. I don't even care if I interrupt class by coming back after they started, but that's just it. I don't care. I don't feel anything. No desire for release, no desperate need to fulfill. Just nothing.
I can tell you I've been there before, Yuri. Some days after work or on off days where I don't really have anything in mind that I want to do. I just kind of get lost in my own head. Like, what am I doing? Where am I going? What is life? I start getting too philosophical. So yeah. Was doing something on your phone and it closed YouTube, so I switched accounts. Not a bad idea, Onyx. Anyone else ever had moments like that? Because I've had them before. I remember some days when I was still in high school, when I had study hall, and I had nothing really to work on. Just kind of look out the window some days, listening to my music, and just ponder life. Because it's like I made it through another day. I don't know where this life is going. Like, with everything going on, just feels so overwhelming sometimes. The door opens. I don't turn to see who it is. Hopefully they'll see me and then change their mind about coming up here. Hey, Yuri? Sorry for bugging you, but have you heard from Monica? It's Natsuki. I put on a neutral expression before facing her. Not today. Is she not responding to you? No! I know she's busy, but can't she find a moment to answer a text? What were you trying to ask her about? Well, I wanted to let her know I dropped the cupcakes off in the club room. She didn't answer my previous text. Natsuki, what else did you text her about? And to give her a heads up on Sayori's little buddy. I'm so tired of this topic. I really don't think you need to worry about letting her know about our new member. As far as I can tell, it's the only thing anyone in the school is talking about. They should be! We both should be working together to be ready for whatever he plans to try. Maybe he wants to join because Sayori is always saying lots of positive things about the club. Maybe she talked him into it. I can imagine her being very persuasive. Natsuki actually seems to consider this. Yeah, that's the problem with being more book smart, Yuri. You're a little naive when it comes to people. Natsuki has the street smarts to know that he isn't just doing this for any, old reason like that.
Maybe he's just a good friend who's willing to try something new?
No, Yuri, it's not like that.
I doubt it. But for his sake, it better be one of those reasons.
Missing a word there.
Oh, I almost forgot. Did you know Mimi is his sister? No, I didn't. But she's always been really nice, right? At that moment, the bell rings, mercifully cutting this exchange short. Natsuki becomes frantic. Shoot! I was supposed to start heading back 5 minutes ago! Well, we'll have to deal with this at the club. She rushes off and I'm alone with my thoughts again. I wonder, if I took the knife out right now, how far could I throw? Would it make it to another rooftop? Or fall between the buildings and bury itself into someone else's flesh?
Probably best not to find out. Don't want to end up with an accidental manslaughter charge. I don't know why your mind jumped to that, Yuri. That is just so out of nowhere that I don't even know how to respond to that. I have nothing, guys. I have absolutely nothing. Nothing at all.
What if I hit a child? Ugh! Why did I think of that? What kind of person am I? I pick up my bag and slowly make my way to the next class. I don't worry about how long it takes. I don't worry about anyone I pass whispering rumors. Right now, I'm not concerned with any of it.
That was so out of left field, dude. Like, what even was that? I really have no idea.
I was able to tune everyone out for the rest of the period. I suppose I even missed the assignment the teacher gave out. I start to leave with the rest of the class.
What you thinking about over there in the corner? Because clearly, you like whatever it is. I'm not even sure what word that's supposed to be, because root doesn't seem like the right word for that. I almost feel like this, beginning here for the sentence is entirely unnecessary. It just feels like it's unnecessarily wordy.
I start making my way to the literature club. On the way, a voice calls out to me. Yuri! Hey, Yuri! I almost don't turn around until I recognize the voice. Oh, hi, Ain. Hi, Miyuki.
I heard the fantastic news. I don't know how she managed it, but give her my congratulations.
Who?
Your friend, Sayori. She's really breaking new ground here. Wrong, your. Just need U-R. No apostrophe needed, or E.
Ain-kun is very positive that her friend Sakamoto-san is an alien. He thinks it's great, and he thinks it's great that he's joining your club. Look, Yuri,
any information you can pick up for us would be a big help. Maybe write down any weird stuff he says, or go through his bags if you have a chance. We're gonna need hard evidence for... If you have a chance, missing a word. Yuki takes Ain by the collar, leading him away.
All right, Flatfoot, that's enough. Let's get you back to your own club.
I wonder what club you two are a part of. Need another L. Try to get him to do a math problem. He probably has an alternative numbering system. So he's the conspiracy nut. Got it. T and Y. Jammed your finger between them.
These two are perfect for each other, aren't they?
Interesting thought.
I only see Monica here at the moment, sitting at the teacher's desk. Might as well flip through a book or something. I turn pages, but I don't focus on anything. After several minutes, I noticed Monica has been staring at something this whole time.
You have flat feet? Flat feet brothers unite! Let's go! I feel your pain, Onyx. I feel you on that. That's why I never want to work as a cashier. Have to stand in the same place for 8 hours. Good God, my feet could never withstand that. Like, seriously, when they, had me, like, train in to, like, know how to do cashiering stuff, let's just say I never want to do that again. Like, fuck me, dude. Fuck me. My feet were killing me. And I was only there for, like, 10, 15 minutes. And I was like, oh my God, end my suffering.
I look around to see what it might be, but I don't think she's really looking at anything in particular. I walk over to speak with her. Hey, Monica? Did something happen? She doesn't respond.
You're getting meta, aren't you? It's more on your back than anything. Yeah, the way my feet are, like if I'm standing in the same place for a long enough period of time, like my feet, give me problems. They start, they start to ache, which is kind of weird, but that's how it is.
Monica? Hello? Huh? Finally, she turns to me. Oh, hi, Yuri. Good to see you. You too? You can just take it easy for now. Don't worry about homework. I'm not gonna get on anyone's case today. She's never deviated from our schedule before. This is really unusual for her.
Yeah, something's up, isn't it? Something's up. So I got supports for your boots. I could barely stand more than an hour. Yeah, trust me. I feel your pain, mate. I'm the same way. That's why, like I said, I never want to do cashiering.
Monica, are you feeling okay? What did you say? I wanted to know if you needed to talk about anything. Talk? With you? About my problems? That's like asking a turnip to help fix the space satellite. She's never said anything like that before.
Now I actually am genuinely concerned. You okay? Because that don't sound like you. That don't sound like you, Monica. You feeling okay? Is everything okay in there? Is all the snow piling up outside getting to you? Should we maybe come home from the cabin sometime? I'll stop.
I turn and walk away. I sit down again, but I don't even try to pretend to read. Why am I even here? There are other things I could be doing with my time. Actually, no. I can't think of anything else I would be doing. I had thought about picking up a surprise for Natsuki later on. I think I may just head home now. I'm really not interested in whatever new developments might take place in the literature club today. I start to stand just as I realize Monica has walked over to me.
Yeah. Something tells me it's not going to be that easy, Yuri.
Yuri? I'm really sorry for what I said. I'm just having a really bad day, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I'm sorry.
So what So, place your theories in the chat now. What is going on with Monika? Is it the epiphany messing with her head and she's not thinking straight? Does she have some kind of split personality thing going on? Or is it something else? Let me know what y'all think, 'cause I'm open to hear what y'all have to say. You seem to be enjoying watching this other you go through this. Because you are the original. You are the true Monika. It's probably something to do with that, but what's going on with her head? That is something I'm waiting to see. Because that is something I have wanted ever since the discontinued mod Monika's Prologue, came into being and I got to play it. Where, we get to see Monika's perspective on things, during the events of the game. That is something I have wanted for the longest time. And the closest we've gotten to that, in my opinion, is Monika's Prologue, the discontinued mod. Because that is a fantastic idea. It's just not the easiest thing in the world to write, let alone do it justice. So, but there's definitely a lot you can do with that. I'm sure it is in development, Ninja, and I'm very much looking forward to what you do with it. I'm looking forward to finding out just what exactly is going on with my girl here. Yes, Yuri, she seems like she needs it. She seems like it. But does she actually? Because you can never be sure when Monika's being like this. Thank you, Monika. I accept your apology. Just then, the door swings open. Hey, is Zeri still not here yet? Any moment now, I'm sure. Are we ready for this next step in our club's development? I sit back down while Natsuki starts up her little rant again, this time with Monika. I do my best to tune them out. I close my eyes and clear my thoughts. After a little while, Zeri steps into the room with Ben. Everyone, the new member is here! I decide not to let Natsuki influence me. I'm gonna give Ben the benefit of the doubt. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zeri always says nice things about you. He smiles, but he doesn't say anything. Seriously? You brought your boyfriend? Boyfriend? I didn't know they were... He's not my boyfriend! Oh. Monika approaches Ben with an incredibly strange expression on her face. Are you... Is that really you? Yeah, okay, I see what's going on here. I look back and forth between them multiple times. Something really strange is going on. Yeah, remember the overarching idea that this is a player that's been isekai'd into the world of the game, so... It makes sense that you would be acting this way. But, of course, looking at it from Yuri's perspective, she's like, wait, what the hell is going on? Why is Monika acting like this? It makes no sense. Natsuki seems even more suspicious of his motives now. It's like there's some sort of history between Ben and Monika. I suppose they could have been dating and probably wouldn't have known. It's like Mother said, I don't really spend time on idle gossip. And you already met Yuri. She's the smartest in the club. So you want to make friends with her if you need help with your grades. Nice to meet you, Natsuki. Yuri, I hope we get along well.
He looks at me and smiles again. Sayori doesn't notice. She's having some sort of argument with Natsuki. Cupcakes, I think? Why are he and I looking at each other? Just then, Sayori drags him over to a seat. I'll make us some tea. I grab the kettle and step out to fill it. This is already the weirdest day I ever had at the club.
Hey, we got the little table. Let's go.
When I return, the others have already started eating. I continue getting the tea ready. Natsuki is having an increasingly heated discussion with our new member. Who are you calling a tsundere, dummy?
His original name was Chad C, but because of snafu, we started calling him Kaiba. It's a little in-joke.
I decided to keep quiet and serve the tea. Ben quickly grabs the cup to take a sip. Oh, you might want to... Yeah! Sorry, I'm sorry. I should have said something.
It's my own fault. I'm a bit 15, a bit cold. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm still waiting to hear about news with that mod, by the way, Secret Pain. It's just wild to think about how long it's been since we played that, and still waiting for news on it. As far as like when it will be ready. It'll be 2 years this May. Yeah. It's crazy. He has always been Kaiba since I played Snafu. Like I said, that's kind of the in-joke.
I just assumed everyone knew to let it cool down first. Do you not drink much tea, Ben?
Oh, I do. I say my favorite is Earl Grey. How about you? You seem like you would be pretty knowledgeable on the topic.
Yes, my family makes it all the time. I learned how to brew it myself so I could enjoy it while I read.
It will be 2 years and Blue Skies is still not finished. Yeah, Blue Skies is kind of in a state of limbo due to how long it's been since I picked it up. And it was originally a collab series, so I don't know if I should just start the playthrough over at this point and pick a different route, or if I should just can the series for a while. I mean, that's what's already happened. It's been canned for a while. Just finish Sayori's route. If you guys insist, the Diablo series will return before Blue Skies gets to return. At max 2 streams. Ugh. The reason I say I want to start over is because I don't remember anything about Blue Skies' story because it's been so long. It would just feel really weird picking up that mod again after so much time has passed. You know, and just continuing as if nothing happened. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Does that make sense? Sounds like a relaxing combination.
This conversation isn't going too bad. I decide to learn about him.
Need another O.
So, Ben, you're in a club where you have plenty to read. What sorts of books do you enjoy?
If I did choose to redo it, I should do Yuri's route. Well, when I decide it's time to pick up Blue Skies again, I think I'll do a poll for like restarting the mod or just finishing Sayori's route. And if we are going to pick it up from the beginning, then we'll have to decide what route. Alright, see you later, Onyx. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out. Well, a variety of things. Classics, fantasy, horror. At the moment, I'm finishing up a manga series, but I also started trying some visual novels. Natsuki makes some sort of noise that's just barely loud enough to hear. We should do both Sayori and Yuri. If you did restart Sayori's route, I think you'd be bored as it would feel samey. It probably would start to come back to me when I start playing it, but because it's been so long, I really don't have a problem with it. Getting to re-experience the story. You know what I'm saying?
Visual novels?
Stories that you play like a video game.
Okay, so kind of like interactive fiction, but with pictures?
Right. You've played some?
No, I just guessed there'd be pictures based off the word visual in the name. It does seem like an interesting concept.
Oh, if only you knew, Yuri.
Do you have a favorite visual novel, Ben?
You cheeky bastard, Monica. I would say the best one I've played was... not remembering the name. Some sort of dating sim, I think.
Dating sim? No, I don't want to judge a medium I'm unfamiliar with.
It's a picture book on a computer screen.
How can you forget the title of your favorite thing?
Well, sometimes I just can't remember even the most obvious things.
It's okay, it happens to everyone. Maybe I can help you remember. Tell me what the characters were like.
Oh, well, I remember... I'd say the one I remember best was the childhood friend. That character honestly grew on me over time.
Monica looks extremely irritated, and she seems to be glaring at Sayori. Now he's getting Natsuki upset again. Does he just like to get a reaction out of people? Well, he couldn't have picked a better target. Natsuki doesn't let anything go by without wildly overreacting.
Yup, that face was amazing.
Even Monica and Sarah decided to join in on teasing Natsuki. This lasted several minutes. Now the discussion was on poems.
Maybe you can read us something you've written? One of your poems you're really proud of?
Yeah, that's not happening. Besides, you wouldn't like them.
Why not? Don't you ever stare your own writing? Don't you ever stare your own writing with each other? You mean share? Autocorrect derp.
I think I've heard enough. Sometimes, writing can get very personal. It might not even be meant for anyone else to read. And we just met you. Most of the time, my writing is meant to help me reflect on very personal details. If you've never been through the process, you probably haven't considered what kinds of things come out when you let yourself be that vulnerable.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it that way. Suppose I would just be as uncomfortable sharing something really personal. I just thought it might be a way for us to get to know each other.
I have an idea. Let's make it an assignment where we all write poems specifically for the purpose of sharing with everyone. That way, we can be sure not to put anything in that way we don't want anyone to read.
Ha! T and Y jammed the keys.
Yay! Let's do it!
I'm willing to give it a try.
Great. Have them ready to share by tomorrow. I look forward to seeing how everyone expresses themselves. Monica only looked at Ben as she said that. I get the feeling she meant it specifically for him. When the meeting was called to an end, we all started on the cleanup. I sweep a little, then start to wash the cups.
Can I help you?
I didn't see him coming over. That startled me.
Alright, sounds good, Brad. See you in a bit.
Sure, I appreciate that. We work quietly. He is very efficient. From time to time, we look at each other and exchange smiles. Not sure what to think about him. Once we've all finished, I grab my things to leave. See everyone tomorrow! Don't forget your assignment! I still want to go downtown to find that manga for Natsuki before I head home.
Yep, will do, Bradley.
Once I arrive, I head straight to the bookstore. The store is very large, with 2 floors. It's also really busy right now. Luckily, I know right where to find the section I want. Need some caps. The new edition I wanted is on the shelf! I'm excited at the thought of Natsuki's reaction when she sees it. Although not a manga fan myself, I can't help but browse around a little bit at all the different merchandise. I am in a bookstore after all. I'm ready to head home, but I have no reason to rush. I decide to walk a longer but less congested path to a bus stop. It's very nice out today. Almost without meaning to, I pull out my father's novel. I pull father's novel out of my father's novel. Oof. That's a bit of redundancy. Out of my, I think you meant backpack there. Or something similar. I wasn't planning on reading as I walked, but why not? I end up being very pleased with my decision to take this route, as I have a much wider walking space, almost nothing ahead of me to avoid. I'm able to concentrate on the book much more fully. I come to a large entrance plaza and decide it would be quicker to walk through it diagonally rather than follow the path around the perimeter. Unfortunately, by doing so, I have put myself in the path of more swiftly moving pedestrians. I am promptly knocked to the ground like a basket of cabbage. I suppose I would be a red cabbage, actually. Oof! My bag is spilled everywhere. My first instinct is to grab the manga to make sure it didn't get creased. Then I noticed who it is I've collided with. Natsuki! Are you alright? I carefully grab a larger textbook to slide over top of the more compact manga so I could hide it from her. She seems especially annoyed. Shouldn't you be watching where you're going? I stuff my belongings back in the bag as quickly as possible.
That's funny.
Sorry! Natsuki seems to bend down as if to help me, but stops and stares at father's book, which has fallen open. She seems to hesitate. I scoop it up and return it to my bag. Where are you going? Her expression softens. My grandmother was taken here today. She gestures to the building in front of us. I then realize we are at the hospital. I came as fast as I could.
Yikes, Natsuki. Yeah. Be there for your family. You do what you gotta do, girl. It's important to be there for your family.
I didn't pick up on it at first, but now I see she appears out of breath and glistening with sweat. She's gonna be okay, but they might keep her overnight. Her grandmother is the only person she lives with. With her in the hospital, Natsuki would be home alone. Would you mind if I come with you?
No response.
Natsuki seems slightly relieved to have someone with her. We step inside and approach a large desk. The girl sitting at the desk is one of Monica's classmates, Chris. Oh, don't you both go to Sakura High? Yuri and Natsuki, right? From the Literature Club? I heard that you got a new member today. Congratulations! I know how much Monica has been wanting to grow her club. I greet her respectfully. Greetings, Okamoto-san. She smiles even wider. Right back at ya! Anyways, how may I help you today? Natsuki explains, and Chris looks up the information on her grandmother. She issues us both visitors' passes.
Thank you. That was a neat little moment.
Natsuki learns from the doctor that her grandmother suffered a heart attack. She will need to stay at the hospital for several days.
Oof. Yeah. My mother's father, my grandpa on my mother's side, he had several heart attacks in his lifetime. I want to say like 6 or 7. It's a miracle. He had that many, and that isn't even how he passed away. He passed away to pancreatic cancer. Oh, bless his heart. I don't know how he did it, but that man could seemingly defy death at any turn. I don't know how he did it, but man. I miss him. It was always fun having him around when it was, you know, football season and we were having a holiday gathering.
Grandmother smiles warmly as we approach her bed. Oh, there you are, dear. How was school? Some old boring stuff, although we did get a new member in our club today. So that's why you made cupcakes. Hello, Ogawa-san. I am glad to see you are recovering.
Natsuki's grandmother.
Oh, hello, young lady. Say, I remember you. Yuri, isn't it? That's correct. Ogawa-san. Emiko is fine, my dear. Very well, Emiko. There you go. So tell me about this new member. How is she fitting in?
Natsuki and I both hesitate for a moment at her grandmother's assumptions.
He's okay, I guess?
Oops. That's redundant lining. That got written in twice. I was about to say, Monty, are you fucking with the script? Are you fucking with things again? So if the game starts breaking down from here, I know it's you messing things up. But okay, everything seems normal.
So it is a boy! Is he handsome? Natsuki visibly recoils at the question, and I'm pretty sure I'm blushing. I can only look down. Grandma! No, I was young too, you know. Well, this guy already has a girlfriend, a friend of ours named Sayori. You haven't met her, but I've talked about her a lot. Oh, so that's why he wanted to join the club? I see. Her grandmother sounded disappointed about that, and Natsuki looks slightly uncomfortable. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get permission to stay here overnight with you, so... Oh no, don't do that! That would be terrible for you, to be in this place all the time. I'll be fine, don't worry.
Place your bets now. Place your bets now, folks, on... Not on Grandma's fate here.
But... I know you don't want to be home alone either, which is why I think you should stay with Yuri's family.
We jammed the finger between Y and H.
What? Are you sure? I mean, my mother does know Natsuki from when she was her student, but Grandma and I already talked about your mother, Yuri. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll stay with Yuri and visit you after school. We say our goodbyes and head back out onto the street.
That S is unnecessary. Yeah, I can tell it's going to be a lot of family stuff in this mod. I quite like it. I like seeing authors' interpretations of these girls having some family. Makes the world feel a little more lived in, you know? I like little details like that.
Look, if you don't think it's a good idea, I can figure something out. No, Natsuki, I want you to stay at my house. I just need to check with my parents first.
Needs a comma there.
Natsuki takes a few steps away while I make the call. Hello, Father. Yes, I was just on my way home. Well, there's something I need to ask you first. I'm in the downtown area. Natsuki's here with me. Her grandmother has been hospitalized. A heart attack, yes. She's gonna be okay. Actually, that's why I wanted to ask you about. Is there any way we could have her stay over at our house? 2 or 3 days. I know. Yes, we will. Thank you, Father. I turn back to Natsuki. We would be happy to have you stay. Natsuki mutters a quiet thank you to me, and we take the bus to her house. She grabs what she needs, and then we go home. As I open the front door to my house, I notice Natsuki seems a bit tense. I really don't think you need to worry, Natsuki. My parents will be happy to have you stay. They know that you're a good person and one of my closest friends. She doesn't seem entirely convinced. Yeah, well, I just hope your mom doesn't start criticizing me or anything. Mwah. Them damn big fingers. I feel your pain. She understands that this is a difficult situation for you. I don't think she'll want to make things harder. Even my mother understands how stressful it is to worry about the health of a loved one. I think that's just universal for everybody. I mean, I think most of us here watching this, have been through that before with a family member, and it's hard. It's hard. I understand that. So I feel like that's just a universal concept. Also, I've never noticed this about this background before. But I don't know if that's always been there or if I'm just now noticing that. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I hope so. Stepping inside, we see Father sitting at a table in front of his laptop. He is just finishing up a phone. Finishing up a phone? What? Does he have a side hustle where he repairs phones in addition to his other side hustle? Hi, Yuri. Hello, Natsuki. I'm sorry to hear about your grandmother. It sounds like she's doing much better now. Phone call. Okay. Can assume this is one of the myriad of things that was addressed already in the newer version. Yeah, I think so. She was in a pretty good mood when we talked to her. That's good to hear. Well, you are welcome to stay with us as long as you need. We appreciate all the friendship and support you've given Yuri. So we're happy anyway. We are happy any way we can. That doesn't really make sense. Thank you, Tanaka. I appreciate it. Is Mother still at school? Yes. She just let me know she just let me know she'd be a little while longer. I was about to start dinner now. Could I do anything to help? No, thank you. I'm sure you need some time to settle in first. Yuri will show you where you can unpack your things. Need an H. After taking Natsuki to the guest room, I go to my bedroom to let her unpack. I suppose I have some time to read before dinner. I read a bit more of Father's novel. Occasionally, I'll find a passage where a character says or thinks something, get the feelings that this is what Father was thinking at the time. I enjoy looking for little hints like that. Eventually, we're called to dinner and descend the stairs together, both of us uncertain as to how this evening may go. Yup. Walking into the dinner room, I see my mother has spread out some paperwork at the table and seems to be organizing them and taking notes. Yep. The type to bring work home with her. I mean, you do what you gotta do for your job, but yeah. That sucks.
That's not the kind of thing you want to have to do if you can avoid it.
Father is going back and forth between the kitchen and the dining room table, setting everything for us. Hello, Mother. She doesn't look up from her work. Hi, dear. How are you feeling? I'm fine now. You know that Natsuki is staying over, right? At this, she looks up. Ah, hello, Natsuki. Welcome to our home. Thank you for having me, Tanaka-sensei. We heard Father call out that dinner was ready. We move to the table and begin to eat. Natsuki and I share a tense silence. So, I trust there are no disruptions in the literature club? Why would... Oh, you mean our new member. Although, after his little talk with me, I expect that boy knew better than to try anything. I still can't believe she did that, but I don't say anything. How about you, Natsuki? How's your year going? Natsuki and I freeze for a moment. She recovers first and responds politely. It's been fine, thank you. Hopefully that means you've been taking your assignments more seriously than you did last year. For a moment. Hey, Brad. Welcome back. So, I would say the biggest development is that Natsuki is staying over with Yuri's family because Natsuki's grandma is in the hospital. Heart attack. And she's gonna need a few days to recover, so... Natsuki is staying with Yuri's family. Other than that, just stuff happening at the club and Yuri doing things outside of school. Mother, weren't you saying something the other day about finding a local business to support your community service project? Oh, yes. I didn't tell you, did I? The students will be getting their hours by helping at the food bank. Oh, that sounds like a good cause, except they wouldn't be allowed to prepare any meals, would they? No, only help distribute them. So, Natsuki, did you ever decide where you might want to study after high school? Natsuki hesitates for a moment before answering. Not for sure. I have a couple art schools that I'm looking at, but what I'd really like is an internship. Oh yes, I remember now. Those doodles you always used to make. But surely you're not thinking of basing your career choices around that. She's actually very good, Mother. I'm sure with some training she'll be very successful. Successful? With some little drawing? What sort of artist do you presume makes enough income to support themselves? Natsuki doesn't answer, but I can tell she is trying to hold back rather than say something hostile. I try to think of something to say that might diffuse the situation. Yeah, so I see you are the type that looks down on the creative types in our society. For you, it's just all about having enough money to support yourself, not about doing what you really want to do. I'd like to ask you something. Is teaching what you really wanted to do? Answer me that, and that'll tell me what I need to know. Because some people, they aren't concerned about the money. As long as they're making enough, to have a decent living. For some people, that's not even a concern. As long as they're doing what they're passionate about, what, they love to do, that's all that matters, and they will figure out how to turn it into a career. So, you just shut the fuck up. She wants to be a manga artist, Mother. I realized immediately that was a bad choice. Manga? Those silly cartoons? I realize you don't really have any job skills to speak of, but couldn't you think of something more productive? Maybe a custodian... Stop it! The room goes silent. Everyone is staring at me. I'm so angry it doesn't even dawn on me how loud I'm speaking. Manga is an extremely viable industry, and I admire Natsuki for following her passion. Yuri, it's okay. No! She has no right to judge you! Atta girl, Yuri. Atta girl. Stand up for your friend. Excuse me? Do you presume to know more about choosing a career than I do?
Everyone, stop. Now. Oh, I must have overlooked it. Oh, it's one that's upcoming. Father doesn't raise his voice, but speaks in a tone that gets everyone's attention. Yuri, why don't you take Natsuki upstairs and get ready for bed? Akane, I would like to talk to you privately.
I'm not gonna let her talk that way to her own mother. Now you listen to me.
No. Yuri, upstairs. Akane, come with me. Yeah, that is quite the mix-up. It would be funny if it was actually acknowledged, like, wait, what?
Natsuki and I take advantage of my mother's stunned silence to scramble out of the room, and we don't stop until we get upstairs.
I live in your walls, Yuri.
We've reached the guest room.
Ooh, this looks very nice. I like the lighting, especially how you can see the moonlight, creeping through. Very nicely done.
Natsuki speaks first. Holy shit! I've never heard you talk like that before. I can't believe how arrogant she can be.
Yeah, that's a good word to describe her.
Natsuki sits down on the bed. Thank you, by the way, for standing up for me. She had no right to talk to you like that. Yuri, hey, it's over now. Why don't you take some deep breaths? As I start to calm down, it dawns on me what I did. I guess I lost control for a moment. You think? You were like a different person or something. It felt like someone else was controlling me. I couldn't help myself. I just couldn't stand to listen to her say these things. We sit quietly for several minutes. I start to think about what mother and father might say to me about this. Natsuki is the first to break the silence. I understand how it can happen. Huh? Sometimes I let my anger get the better of me. Even just today, I snapped at Sayori for no reason. What? You didn't tell me that. What happened? She saw me reaching under the vending machine to pick up my phone, and I had just gotten a message about my grandma. I reacted badly. She was just checking to see if I was okay. Natsuki, you have to apologize to her the first chance you get. Sayori doesn't know you were upset about something else. She'll think you're mad at her. I know. I felt bad as soon as I ran away. My point is, it seems to happen to me a lot. Natsuki looks more sad and vulnerable in this moment than I've ever seen her.
Yeah, it's because she tries to hide this stuff.
I try to talk to her the way my father spoke to me. You've changed a lot since I have known you. These are still going to be times. There are still going to be times where you get angry, but I know that's not who you are.
Yeah, there are still going to be times when you get angry, but I know that's not who you are.
I decided to leave it at that rather than make a lengthy case out of it. Natsuki doesn't need to be lectured. Maybe I need help. If you're saying you want to learn anger management, then I should sign up too after tonight. Well, I think you control your anger well already, most of the time. I kind of wonder, though.
Yeah, I think Yuri is the type where she doesn't let it just slip for no reason. She was very justified in that moment. I think, anybody in their right mind in Yuri's position would do the same thing.
Huh? I kind of wonder, though.
Uh-oh. Are you messing with the script again? What are you doing, girl?
Well, why is it that you hold these feelings? Why do you wait until you're pushed to the limit before you say something? I was taught to be respectful.
Need an S.
No, I don't mean just your parents. I've seen you lots of times where you look like you want to say something, but then don't. I have to
Sneeze. Excuse me.
I never realized anyone could tell I was doing that.
Thank you.
I guess it's just habit. I tried to be more social when I was younger, but it seemed to just make people want to stay away from me. Now I'm the one feeling downcast. You just needed to talk to the right people, like me. She gets a smile out of me with that one, but I start to think about all the times I held back when I really wanted to talk. My thoughts turned to what happened at the club room today. I must have made some kind of strange facial expression, because Natsuki leans in like she's studying me.
Oh, excuse me.
What are you thinking about? I was actually thinking about Monica.
What about her?
I didn't tell you this, but she was acting really strange today. I asked her if she was alright, and she snapped at me. What? Monica? She apologized a moment later, but she didn't really seem like herself the whole meeting. You know, I noticed a few strange things too. Did you see her reaction when Ben said that the childhood friend was his favorite character? Vaguely. I think I may have tuned out for a moment. Missing some words there. She looked really pissed, but she was staring at Sayori like it was her fault. And then they were talking about some kind of video game. How would Monica even know these details? She doesn't even play video games. Even if she did, she wouldn't play like that. That's true. It does seem suspicious. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm ready to go to bed now. Of course. Let me know if you need anything. Thanks, Yuri. I want you to know I really appreciate it. Anytime. I don't think I'm gonna try to read anything tonight. I'm ready for bed too. I just hope my mom won't stay angry at me for long. I closed the door to the guest room on my way out.
We can only hope. Image BG Day 2 not found. Huh.
I wake up from a terrible dream. I had a job at some sort of office, a law firm, maybe. It was full of highly educated people who all spoke in highly technical terms.
Some nightmare. Jesus.
Okay, hopefully that's a little better. Everyone was gathered in a large space, and I was called on to speak to the group. There had been a huge error that cost the company millions of dollars, and I was supposed to explain what happened, how to prevent it from ever occurring again. When I tried to talk, I stumbled over my words and struggled to phrase my thoughts in a way that sounded professional. It sounded like a high school kid in front of these high-achieving people with successful careers. It was clear that I didn't fit in. The last thing I remember was deciding I would never let myself be embarrassed like that again, even if it meant getting an entry-level job that required no prior experience.
Jesus. That's quite the interesting nightmare. Jeez.
I sit up in bed and reflect on the dream as it plays back through my mind, hazy and vague. The feeling is still stuck with me. I don't want to live with that fear every day. I decide right then that this is the day I'm going to make a change. Yesterday, before I left for school, Father challenged me to look into some techniques people use to overcome negative thoughts. I didn't get a chance to follow up on it as things got pretty hectic. I picked up my phone and open an app I use for reminders. I make a note to search online as soon as I get a chance. Then I begin to get ready. When I get downstairs, the first I see is Natsuki. She's with my dad in the kitchen. He is making breakfast while she reads a manga.
Good morning, Yuri.
Good morning, Father. Hi, Natsuki. You're up earlier than I expected.
Needs a cap and it needs a pee.
That's because I got special treatment. My own private wake-up call. Huh?
Your mother woke up Natsuki to make sure she would be on time. Needs an R and then groan.
I'm so sorry, Natsuki. I had no idea she would do something like that. Father, why would you let her...
I didn't know until it already happened.
Father puts out breakfast for Natsuki and I, and we begin eating.
We did talk. Quite a bit. But I don't think your mother is going to change overnight.
Well, she can't keep hounding Natsuki like this. If she won't let up... I know you won't want to keep staying over if she acts like this. You'll find somewhere else one way or another, no matter how much I beg you not to leave. Nah. Nah? What do you mean, nah? Well, your dad explained to me it's just how she is, and to not take it personally. She doesn't know all the ways I changed, and she isn't likely to take the time to see it for herself, so I realize it's not anything I actually did. It's just the kind of person she is. There's no way Natsuki should be this calm after the argument at dinner last night and getting woken up this morning. So, what does that mean? You don't care how she's treating you? Oh, I was pretty mad at first, but like I said, after talking with your dad, I realized there wasn't any reason to let it affect me.
Perspective.
You don't do that! I don't what? You don't let things go without reacting. You aren't capable of ignoring insults. You get upset about everything.
She decided she doesn't want to go through the day feeling like that anymore. Just like you've decided to change, Yuri.
My mouth just hangs open, as if I have no control over it anymore. I point to my father. What did he say to you? He explained to me that the way I react to things is entirely my choice. He said, no one can make you angry without your permission, so I am not giving my permission.
You go, girl.
You changed your entire outlook on life over this one conversation? It'll probably take some practice, but yeah, I decided I needed to take more control over my emotion.
It's a step towards being a responsible person.
I looked back and forth between Natsuki and Father, completely stunned. Father smiles at me.
You could make the same decision for yourself anytime you wanted to. Wrong too.
But I don't get into fights with people and start yelling.
You might not do that, except for last night, of course, but you let your emotions control you in other ways. I feel you on that, mate. I feel you on that, dude. If I were to go back and try to do shit with fractions now, I would probably be like, what the hell am I looking at? What does any of this mean? So you're not alone, mate. And that's coming from somebody that was pretty good at math in school. Oh, don't misunderstand me, Brad. Like, I know basic shit with fractions, but it's, you know, the more complex stuff that has completely left my memory. I know the basics, sure, but I wasn't the best even in school. I wasn't either, man. There were certain subjects I was good at, but others I was just kind of just good enough to pass, you know? That's all anyone can ask of you, mate. Just do the best that you can. Other than that, how's your day going? Trying to wipe off my glasses. Getting smudged up.
Math wasn't your best.
Math was my best, funnily enough, because I was in advanced math from 7th grade onwards. Don't mind me, just trying to wipe off my glasses. Everything be looking blurry.
Ah, fucking hell.
I gotta get a cloth and wash this shit. Okay, that's better. Learned that inflammation in your back is actually an infection. Doctor's orders, gotta take it easy. Yeah, I hope you get better, mates. That sounds terrible. Hopefully it wasn't, you know, any kind of like serious infection, because that sounds terrible. That's the kind of thing that would put me out of commission for a while until that clears up, depending on how long it would take. How long did they say it would be that you need to do that? That you gotta take it easy. Alright, well, I just hope it's not too long, mate. Like how we've been talking about the past couple days.
Yeah. But how is it that Natsuki can decide to switch on this new attitude, yet I'm still struggling with the feeling like there's something wrong with me? Natsuki just continues grinning as she asks for seconds. After Natsuki and I say goodbye to Father, we start the walk to school. We're both pretty quiet for the first few minutes.
Ah, I see. Well, hopefully it clears up for you, mate, but yeah, just take it easy.
I can't get over this. Natsuki thinks she'll be able to control her temper just because she's decided she wants to?
I mean, you did hear her say she didn't think it would be easy, right? That it would take some practice. It's something she has to work on, but she's accepted that she's going to work on it. Oh, this one? Yeah, I've seen this one a few times before. Usually, I've seen it as Monika's house. So, to see it as Yuri's house is a little bit different. Just like seeing Datsuki as Yuri's mother. I should note that this isn't even the newest version of this mod, so maybe some stuff is different in the newer version. I did mention if we didn't finish this tonight that I would update to the newer version. I can tell it's a 3D model by looking at it. Yeah. Yeah. It probably is. I have seen it in a few different mods. But yeah, it's usually used as, you know, one variation of Monika's house. Because I've seen a few different interpretations of Monika's house. This is just one of them. Yeah, if you're looking for backgrounds, look up Disheartened Games, because, you know, they're looking for clients. If you need a better quality background.
I'm glad you're trying not to be so cranky anymore.
She's gonna work on it, Yuri.
You don't sound very convinced. Well, I get it. It's a big change. Who knows? Maybe I'll throw my next fit before we even get to the building. But at least I want to start working towards some sort of change.
Yeah, Sorf. Them damn big fingers. I feel that pain.
I let her words sink in. We walk in silence another few minutes. I want that too. I expected Natsuki to respond by asking me what I meant, but she looks at me knowingly and nods.
Yeah. These are the kinds of things that I do. These are the kinds of things that I do in some conversations, Yuri. So I feel you. I feel you on that. I never like to bring something up directly. I like to try to get people, you know, interested. You know?
Yeah, I know your anxiety has been bothering you for a while now. I'm sorry I never really had any ideas to help you with that. That's okay. I wouldn't expect you to. It's not your job. And I try not to show it to anyone. But it's not like I hide it very well.
Anyone, I think is what you meant. Autocorrect derp.
It is my job. You're one of my best friends. The closest I have, really. I should make an effort when I knew you were struggling. I should have made an effort when I knew you were struggling. Your dad is right. You can make the same choice I did anytime. I think about this as I look down. When I lift my head to look at her again, I'm smiling. You're my closest friend, too. Oh, don't forget, you have to talk to Sayori as soon as possible. I know, I'm gonna apologize as many times as it... Morning, ladies! Natsuki and I turn our heads in the direction of the chirpy voice. Hi, Monica. We try to greet her politely, but we can't quite match her enthusiasm. When it's still this early, Natsuki and I just aren't that kinetic. As we walk, Natsuki and I bring Monica up to speed on grandmother's medical emergency. She's surprised to learn that my mother allowed Natsuki to stay over. I mean, I don't know your dad that well, but from the times I've seen him, he seems pretty easygoing. Your mom, on the other hand... Yeah, I know. She has her issues with Natsuki. I guess in this situation, she just saw it was the right thing to do. No. No. No, it was not. It was very much the wrong thing to do. Natsuki is a guest. You do not treat your guests like that. You would be correct, imprudent. She very much does. And it is the overprotective mother that is really getting the spotlight between the two of them. My guess is because... Well, actually, that would be a question better answered by Ninja here, since they're the one writing this. Just as we're about to enter the school, we hear Sayori calling from behind. Hey, everyone! Wait up! Don't go in without us! Oh, glad we caught you. How is everyone? Say good morning, Ben! Good morning, everyone. What is he, a dog? Right, you just did the revisions. Everyone said their good mornings. You got him trained pretty well. Impressive. Oh my god, Natsuki. Fucking savage. Yes, we're using Chad C. Or as he's better known in these parts, Kaiba. Yeah. This Bond, to be sure, I think is the only mod I've ever played where Yuri's parents had any sort of spotlight whatsoever. And even then, they played a minor role at best. Ben rolls his eyes at Natsuki, but doesn't respond. She smiles, but continues on without acknowledging him. Sayori, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. Is everything okay? They step off to the side, and Natsuki begins to speak in a quieter tone. Monica turns her back to them and whispers to me. Is something going on? Natsuki is apologizing. She yelled at Sayori for no reason. Really? What happened? Sayori just got the wrong idea. It was Natsuki's fault for the way she acted. That's why she's apologizing. Wow. She's capable of admitting she makes mistakes. I'm sure, mate. I'm sure. Now Sakamoto-san is getting the glare from Monica, me, and I both. Wording. Needs some work there. You realize you hardly know anything about her, right? Monica immediately defends her friend. I didn't like his remark either. I begin to feel my anger rise, but when I look at him... Something stops me. Why? Why am I afraid what I feel? Monica is right here expressing the same sentiment. It's 2 against 1. But I think what's causing me to hesitate, even though he insulted my friend, I would feel bad if both Monica and I were to reprimand him. Ben seems taken aback by Monica's harsh tone. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sure they'll make up real quick. As if on cue, Sayori and Natsuki return. Are you talking about New Eyes? Are you talking about New Eyes? Because I have not played that one. Yeah, I remember wanting to play that one when I was first getting into different mods for this game, but I never ended up playing it. So it was, the first act was boring. You thought it would get better, but no, it was the exact same. It's okay, everyone. The tension is over. For you two, maybe. Sakamoto-san looks genuinely regretful. Part of me feels guilty, even though I never said anything. So basically, it just doesn't do... So basically, it just doesn't do enough new for you guys? Is that what it is? Uh-huh. So what you guys are saying is it feels like they missed the point, and that, you know, they didn't do enough to really make it, try to make it different. Why does it feel like the only one who did a mod like that well was that Monica mod I played, where it actually starts to deviate from the typical Act 1 at a certain point. That was one of my earliest one-off videos, and man, that one took a turn I was not expecting. I think that one was called Fake Reality.
And yeah, that one was actually really interesting. That was one of my earliest one-offs. Imagine those, but boring 90% of the time. I should tell you, Imprudent, I haven't actually played Rain Clouds. I know it's a pretty well-known mod, I just haven't played it yet.
Still, he apologized immediately. I didn't expect that.
I'll just take your guys' word for it.
Monica gathered us together. Before we head to class, I want to tell everyone to start thinking about the Literature Club, what the Literature Club can do for the festival. I have my own ideas, but I want to give everyone the chance to contribute.
Rain Clouds is good when no one's on screen. I see. We don't get to enjoy the festival? Redundant, much redundant?
It will depend on what we end up doing, but the priority is to get other students interested in the Literature Club. We need to recruit some underclassmen to join, or there won't be anyone to continue the club after we graduate. But I'm sure whatever we decide, you'll probably have time to visit the rest of the festival once we finish. I'm trying to think if there were any other club presentations from previous years that could give us any ideas. I don't really remember seeing any presentations in past years. That's because you spent all your time going around to the refreshment stands. Oh yeah, I remember now. You'll go to the booths with me this year, won't you, Ben?
I think it will be nice if we all went together. But it's like Monica said, we need to figure out what our presentation will be before we can plan anything else.
Don't worry, Sayori. I'm sure we'll all have lots of time to sample some of the refreshments. Oh, I won't settle for just sampling some. I'm a completionist. I have to try everything. The first bell warns us that we need to get to class. We say our goodbyes and go in separate ways to our classrooms. Almost everyone is already in class by the time I get there. Even so, I have a minute or two before things get started. Since the other students are all involved in conversations, I take out my phone to start the research I've been meaning to do. I type in controlling negative thoughts. When the phone doesn't load immediately, I realize I had the Wi-Fi on my phone turned off. Uh-oh. I go into the settings and flip it back on. Before I can refresh the search, someone speaks to me. So, how did the meeting go yesterday? I look up to see Ray, leaning back to talk, but it takes a moment before I realize what she's asking about. Wi-Fi. Yes, I'm sure that's what they called Wi-Fi on the Wii. You know, because Wii branding. Wouldn't that be something? The hit new Nintendo feature. Oh, the Literature Club?
I actually didn't notice that. I can't believe I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how your new member is working out. I guess I would say it wasn't bad overall. I thought he was going to cause problems at first, but then it seems like he really didn't mean to.
On my brand new Netgear router? Oh my god. God damn it.
He might end up actually fitting in. I still don't buy it. I'm sure I overheard him saying once about how he doesn't read anything but watches anime. And how the only club he ever would consider joining was the anime club. He seems way more suited to that. Well, we have to share poems today, so we'll see how much effort he put into that. Ben writing poetry? Ugh! I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks picking out random words is poetry.
Nice nod, game.
So, you think he just joined to have more time with Sayori? Actually, I think you're the one who should be careful of that guy. Me? Do you realize what my mother would do if he tried something on me? Your mom would have to get in line. He would be having a little sit down with me first. So many times that is autocorrected to tired in this script. I did see a new Discord DM, so... The best Nintendo gaming machine. Everybody knows this is the future of gaming right here. Yeah, I should mention there is a newer version available, but I don't know if that was among the things that was addressed. It looks like one. Yeah, one more geared towards gaming. Is that the new KFC console? Oh, God. The Asus ROG Rapture. It looked like an Asus brand, because I'm reminded of how, you know, my case for my laptop looked, and it, you know, has a similar color scheme and, you know, styling. That, and now that I'm actually, you know, looking a little closer at it, that is the Asus logo. So that makes sense. But you know, I'm not the only one who thinks that's what he's up to, right? Other people are saying the same thing. But me? I don't get a chance to learn anymore as the teacher calls us to attention. I spend too much class time trying to think about why anyone would assume Sakamoto-san is joining the club to get closer to me. If he was interested, wouldn't he have tried to talk to me at some point? Although, it was pretty weird how he looked at me yesterday. Dude, my favorite memories of the KF console is when Yong Ya made a video about it and pretty much just memed on it. Like, holy shit. It is so dumb. I would love to know, like, if anybody actually got their hands on one. Like, does the thing actually work? Does it actually do what it says it's supposed to do? Like, for real, I want to know. I really do want to know. Has it really been a year? Jesus Christ, how time flies. Ray's warning stays on my mind for several more class periods, but I don't get another chance to talk with her. When it gets to be time for the club, I head towards the stairs as usual. On the way, I pass by Chris, who stops to talk with me. Hey, Tanaka-san, how is Natsuki's grandma doing? Hello, Okamoto-san. She was much better than I expected. I haven't heard anything yet today. Actually, do you mind if I ask you something else? Oh, sure. Do you want to use an empty classroom to talk? No, let's just step over here. If we keep our voices low, no one will pay any attention. We move to a space out of the way of other students passing by. I was just wondering if you knew if anything was going on with your club president? Monica? You know, I think there is, but she hasn't said anything, so I'm just guessing. She was acting strange in class the other day. She seemed like she was zoning out, which I've never seen her do before. Yeah, I've got a feeling I know why she's zoning out. She can't focus, because something has happened to her. Something you wouldn't understand. And when I tried to talk with her, she asked me what my name was. It was so bizarre. Yeah, yesterday I tried to talk to her when she was staring off into space and she snapped at me. Snapped? You mean like yelled at you? Yeah, like you said, it wasn't like her at all, I think.
Yeah, the neck is kind of long.
And no one has any idea what could be wrong? Not for sure, but it could have something to do with Sakamoto-san. She acted especially strange around him. You think it's because she likes him? I kind of wondered that at first. It definitely seemed like they had some kind of history. But she didn't look happy to see him, or upset either. She just seemed confused. When he came into the room, she was acting like she couldn't understand how he'd gotten there. However, this morning she reprimanded him. That doesn't make any sense. I know. It was so confusing. I don't know what to think. Okay, well, hopefully between the four of you together, you'll be able to look out for each other. Especially you. What do you mean, especially me?
Hey, Chris! Come on, we can't start the club without our club president!
Sorry, Yuri, I gotta go. Be careful, okay? I'll see you later. Chris hurries off, leaving me too confused to react.
Needs another O.
With everyone cautioning me like this, I should probably be on high alert, but for some reason, I just don't feel like I have anything to worry about. How is that possible?
Naivety.
Entering the literature club, I see that I'm the first one here.
That doesn't happen.
I spent half my time in the club trying to figure why people are suddenly warning me about Sakamoto-san.
To figure out, you mean?
The other half of the time, I was browsing the internet on my phone to find what I was looking for. Eventually, I found an article talking about common errors in thinking patterns. A lot of it sounds like what I experience on a regular basis. I try to skim down to find solutions, but I don't get far.
Hi, Yuri! You beat us here!
I jumped slightly before turning around to see Sayori and Natsuki.
Hey, you two!
Oh, hi. Yeah, I came right here when class was over, so... I struggled to clumsily stuff my phone into my bag, making the situation seem more suspicious than it should.
Needs an A, not an E.
You seem kind of freaked out. Should we be checking out your phone? No! No. I wasn't looking at anything inappropriate. Oh, come on, Yuri. I'm just messing with you. Natsuki and Sayori start talking amongst themselves. A moment later, Monica arrives. Sakamoto-san is with her. They walked here together? Or did they happen to get here at the same time? Wait, why am I thinking about that? Am I feeling jealous? I've become aware of my anxiety starting to set in. This time, somehow, I don't give in to it. I compose myself and decide to approach Sakamoto-san first. Welcome back, Sakamoto-san. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you.
Not at all, Yuri. Me coming to the club yesterday wasn't a one-time thing.
Before I could say more, Natsuki pops up out of nowhere. Well, you better not be struggling. A single poem is something that should be fun, not challenging or boring.
I believe the word you're looking for is tedious.
Whatever. Natsuki storms off, and Sakamoto-san turns his attention to Sayori. Why did he say that to Natsuki? He probably isn't aware that he hates those kinds of words. Or she hates those kinds of words. And why was she so angry again after she had decided not to react like that anymore? I must be missing something. Natsuki is by the closet and looks pretty upset. I decide to go talk to her. She's busy moving a chair towards the closet. That never ends well. I could help you with that.
Yeah, in case you didn't hear, I wasn't kidding when I said the main idea of the story is that one lucky player from our world has been isekai'd into the world of the game. I wasn't joking. Natsuki nods, and I begin to reach for the manga on the highest shelf. As I set the box down, I notice she looks lost in thought. Natsuki, can I ask you something? Yeah? Why were you so aggressive with Sakamoto-san just now? Did something happen? No. She's hesitant to say more, but I don't push her. I was just trying to look out for you. Everyone seems to be saying that recently. Damn big fingers again. Need an O. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yuri's confused. I don't understand. What did you think he was gonna do? Why does everyone think something is gonna happen to me? She's not saying anything, and she won't look me in the eyes. Natsuki, can you tell me what's going on? Please? She finally turns my way again and seems to be getting ready to explain. I can't help explain it. I can't help you explain it. I just have this feeling. There's something about that guy I can't put my finger on. That still doesn't explain why she got upset. You're probably right, but I don't think we're going to figure this out by keeping our distance. We're gonna have to act normal until he gives himself away somehow. She nods as I lower the last of her manga down from the top shelf. Okay, I'll try. Thanks, Yuri. She smiles in a way that makes me feel a little better. No worries, the pleasure's all mine. I decide that she and I could both use some quiet time. As I walk to my desk, I think about how strange it is that Natsuki, Monica, and I all seem to be acting differently around Sakamoto-san. Then I realize how silly that sounds, like something out of one of those science fiction stories. I shake off the thought as I sit down and take out Portrait of Markov. At that moment, I get a text from my father. He's asking if I can come right after the meeting. He needs to finish working on a story that's just started breaking. He would need me to start on dinner to free up the free time for him. Of course, I say yes. Then I look up from my phone. Natsuki is reading manga with Sakamoto-san? I don't understand. She doesn't want him talking to me, but she's okay cozying up next to him in the corner? Why is she safe with him and I'm not? Okay, everyone. It's time to start sharing poems. Oh, come on. Could your timing be any worse? Sorry. Natsuki looks really irritated that she has to stop reading with Sakamoto-san. Do you want me to take this home and finish it myself? That's not gonna happen. Natsuki would never let these books out of her. Yeah, just so we can start on chapter 5 tomorrow, but bring it back in one piece or else. She's letting him borrow it? I never imagined her trusting anyone with her collection. I feel more and more confused as I get my poem out of my bag. Alright, let's see your latest masterpiece. Monica catches me off guard, but I quickly appeared enthusiastic to keep her from asking what's wrong. I nod my head and smile as she comments on my writing, and I praise her poem heavily. I do the same with Sayori. Then I see Sakamoto-san walking towards me. Hey, Yuri. I can't wait to see what you came up with for today. I'm looking forward to reading your poem as well. Well then, I don't want to keep you in suspense. Here you go. I smile as he hands me his poem. I read through it carefully. I'm not sure what I expect to find, but I'm really hoping something in his poem will give me a clue into Sakamoto-san's thought process. One extra P there. I'm sure I will. Let's see, the moment of truth.
way too sophisticated. He couldn't have possibly thought I would believe this was his own work. Reading on, it dawns on me that his style seems to be mimicking mine very closely. I think he even lifted some lines I had written in my own poems. But I never showed those to anyone. Most of the poem talks about seeing things from someone else's point of view until I get to the end and realize what's really going on. It's not about sharing someone's outlook, it's about taking someone else's identity.
So, what do you think?
Oh, sorry, Sakamoto-san. I should be giving a critique, I guess. I really want to know how his phrasing could match mine so closely, but I'm too nervous to confront him directly. I decided to get him to reveal more by feigning interest. I assume this isn't your first time writing poetry? I mean, this really doesn't feel like the work of a first-time writer.
Of course, I wrote a few stories here and there.
I watch him as he responds. He remains fairly confident. I see.
So are you saying you like it?
Actually, I felt like I was reading one of my own poems. He shows a flicker of surprise, just for a millisecond, but continues to smile proudly.
I was hoping you would say that. I really wanted to write something that was influenced by your style. Once again, an extra P there. EXCEPT. Accept, not expect.
Except that he shouldn't have any idea what my style is, since I've never shared a poem with him before. He made his first mistake. I decided to try to get him to reveal more by discussing what he thinks about my poem. Okay, my turn. Here's what I came up with. I hand him my paper, but as he looks it over, his composure doesn't fail for a moment.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Our styles are pretty similar. Anyways, I liked the poem. It was short but descriptive.
You didn't think it was too short? Most of my work is a bit longer.
Not at all.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. I thought it might be a good idea for this first time sharing if I wrote something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. I'm positive he had no idea what to make of my poem. His vague, generalized comments were nowhere near convincing. Until he continues on.
Well, it is a shorter poem, but it's still very expressive with lots of meaningful symbolism. Only one L. It opens itself up to a number of different interpretations, such as the way the speaker compares herself to a ghost. It's as though she lingers on in the last place she found comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. Is something wrong, Yuri?
No. I was just thinking again about how impressed I was with your poem. He really caught me off guard just now. Where did that analysis come from?
You seemed really confused for a moment. I hope I didn't ruin your poem sharing experience.
No, I mean, I was nervous about it at first, but in the end, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. Anyways, I have one more member to show my poem to. See you later.
He walks over to Monica, who seems to have been waiting for him. All this did was confirm what I already knew. There's something he isn't telling us. Hey, Yuri. Natsuki comes over while I was lost in thought.
Cheese and bacon turnovers. That does sound nice.
I know we've been walking home together lately, but do you mind if I meet you at your place a little later today? Oh, sure. I just need to make a stop to visit my grandma. I also have to pick up something at the market. Of course. Actually, Father texted me just a little while ago. I have to go straight home to help out with dinner. Oh, I'm sorry. I would help too, but I really need to see Grandma first.
Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. I would buy that.
No, that's okay. I cooked alone before. Maybe we can talk after dinner? I had something I wanted to ask you. About what? Okay, everyone! Monika signals the end of the activity. Natsuki and I got so off track we didn't even share our poems with each other. We're going to have some free time for the rest of the meeting, so enjoy yourselves. Monika? Didn't you want us to work on our homework like usual? Oh, don't worry about that. We'll have our study session again next meeting. I turned to make a comment to Natsuki, but she's already on her way back to the closet. I decide to go back to reading. At my desk, I take out Father's book, and soon I'm absorbed in it that I don't notice Sakamoto-san approaching. Hey, Yuri. Oh, hi Sakamoto-san. I didn't see you walk over.
I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I just wanted to ask you about what kind of things you like to read.
For a moment, the question throws me off guard. I don't think anyone has ever asked me this before. But even though he seems very suspicious during the poem sharing, I still don't feel like I have any reason to keep my guard up. I answer him honestly. I begin, extra N, to describe my fondness for complex fantasy worlds and deep psychological elements. I mentioned how impressed I am by authors who demonstrate creativity and craftsmanship in developing immersive settings. Capital I. Also, I mentioned that I recently developed an interest in horror novels.
Seriously? That's a surprise to be sure, Yuri. Need an R there. I hate silent letters. For someone as gentle as you. Hey, that's Monika's line.
Oh, I find that surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you perceive the world and its moral standards, even if only for a brief moment.
Surreal horror, huh? Is that the book you're reading right now?
Ah, well, yes, actually. It's called The Portrait of Markov. My father wrote it. His facial expression seems to change when I mention the title. Are you alright, Sakamoto-san?
Uh-huh. Totally. What? Yeah, I'm fine. You said The Portrait of Markov, right?
Yes.
I've only ever heard of the book, but never gotten the chance to read it.
I could lend you the book when I finish it.
Yeah, that would be nice.
At that moment, Monika stepped to the front of the room again. Okay, everyone. We are just about to run out of time. I hope you enjoyed sharing poems with each other. She goes on to tell us that we need to write another poem for sharing tomorrow, and reminds us to think about ideas for the festival. Everyone began packing up. I expected Sakamoto-san to head straight to Sayori, but he turns to me first.
I appreciate you telling me about the genres you're interested in. Maybe we can talk more another time?
I hesitate for a moment, trying to quest what motivation he could have waiting for wanting to continue the conversation.
I think you meant question.
I draw a blank. Sure, I would like that. He smiles and turns to get his things. After I get my bag together, I give Natsuki a quick wave across the room and head home to make dinner. Father alternates between frantic phone calls and bursts of focused typing. He was very apologetic when I got home. I told him I was happy to help, of course. It wasn't any trouble. He had already gotten everything we needed to make Nukuyaga, so the preparation was simple.
I don't know, Imprudence. I don't know.
Even after making the rice and the soup, I was able to finish early enough to have time to get through all of my homework for the night. When I got back to finish cooking, Father joined me.
Your mother just texted me. She's almost home, so we can get everything ready now.
Father knows that I really prefer to prepare Nukuyaga a day ahead of time, so the flavors can have more time to absorb.
Prefer.
Ideally, he would have made it earlier in the day, but it didn't work out like that this time. He sets the table while I add in the green vegetables and reheat the meal. Just then, we're interrupted by a knock at the door.
I'll get it.
It's probably Natsuki getting back from the hospital. I hear the door open, but I'm surprised when multiple voices begin speaking. Someone is here with Natsuki. I had turned the heat down and head to the next room.
Yeah, that's a thing in this mod. At least with the version that I'm playing.
Standing in the living room with Father was Natsuki and... Look who I found wandering around! Sakamoto-san was with her. He looks nervously at Father.
I wasn't really wandering. We had planned to meet up. Welcome! I'm Yuri's father, Mr. Tanaka. You must be Sayori's boyfriend?
It's almost a little funny how taken aback Sakamoto-san is at hearing this.
Oh! no, we're just friends. I'm Sakamoto Ben, but Sayori and I have known each other since we were kids.
And Sayori did get Sakamoto-san to join the literature club. I read some of his work for the first time today, actually.
Maybe? I don't really remember, Brad. Oh, really? And have you been writing for a while, young man?
Again, Sakamoto-san really seems to be struggling to give Father an explanation. It's not as funny this time, though.
Well, not all that. I only recently developed an interest.
Why is he lying? His poem showcases he hadn't been writing for a while.
Apostrophe T. Well, young man, you're welcome to stay for dinner. We've got everything ready, so we're just waiting for my wife to get home.
Natsuki and I give each other a worried glance. Sakamoto-san seems to pick up on our silent communication.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much, but I'm not sure your wife would be comfortable with me staying.
Father looks as though he might protest, but thankfully Natsuki intervenes quickly. No, Sakamoto can't stay. He and I were just heading the same way, so we walked here together. But he has to get home pretty soon.
Is a hybrid car with only one gear, but it still accelerates like any other supercar? That's pretty remarkable. Ah, well, that is a shame. Yuri always repairs the Nikuyaga to perfection. It's gonna be quite the meal.
Wait, Nikuyaga? You didn't tell me that's what you were having for dinner? Well, I didn't. Let me see. Natsuki heads straight to the kitchen. Father lets out an amused laugh.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Sakamoto-san. Sorry you aren't able to stay. Maybe another time? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Father returns to setting up the table. When I turn back to Sakamoto-san, he looks down at the floor and speaks with a low voice.
I'm sorry, Yuri. I didn't mean to cause any problems. I knew I should have just gone home, but Natsuki wouldn't listen. $10 says right now her mom's gonna walk in and get the complete wrong idea.
He speaks with complete sincerity. I'm sure he really means what he's saying, and yet he's clearly not telling us everything. It's only been 2 days, but I'm already exhausted from trying to guess what his secret intentions might be. I don't want to spend any more time going over these questions in my head. I just decide to confront him directly. Sakamoto-san, what's really going on?
What do you mean?
He's not admitting anything yet, but I get the idea he's as tired of this as I am. I don't know what's different about you or why you really joined the literature club, but I know you're misleading the four of us. The weird part is, even though I know you're hiding something, I still believe that I can trust you. I look at him with a hopeful expression.
Yeah, that is a nice looking car. That's very sporty.
I can see it in his face, that he wants to deny it, to act like he doesn't know what I mean, but playing this game has worn him down. He doesn't have the resolve to keep it going. N, not M. Damn big fingers.
Yuri,
You can trust me. Then why are you pretending to be something you're not?
Best bit is the car goes over 240 miles per hour in one gear. That is a pretty epic feat of engineering. I don't know how people do it. That is just wild to me.
His expression is conflicted. I keep going. I know what your poem meant, and I know that the person you were before could never have written it. So what happened to you?
I'm not sure this is the right time for me to explain.
Suddenly, Monika's behavior yesterday and today popped into my head. Monika knows, doesn't she? He nods, eyes to the ground. So what are you hoping to accomplish?
Only one.
I only want to help. My expression is one of total confusion. At the same time, what he's saying makes sense. He doesn't have some sinister agenda. He only wants to help. That's why I knew that I could trust you. Somehow I sensed you weren't after anything. It was always clear to me. It was everyone else that was suspicious without having any evidence.
Most supercars need at least 6 gears to work properly, otherwise you sacrifice top speed or acceleration. I'll take your word for it.
People like Chris and Ray and Mother. Oh no, Mother! It's only then I realized her car's pulling into our driveway. She's home and he's still here. I think he realizes what I noticed.
It's okay. I'll talk to her and leave right away. Yeah, see how that goes for you. Yuri, go upstairs. Don't even be a part of this. Just get the fuck away.
But what about you? When will I know what is really happening?
Can I ask you to trust me that I'll let you know when the time is right?
It isn't the answer I wanted to hear, but I nod regardless. Mother steps in through the door just as Father walks back into the room.
Hello, dear. Have you met the newest member of the Literature Club?
Mother glares darkly, but Sakamoto-san speaks up first.
We met, sir. In fact, we spoke recently. From the conversation we had, I think it's best I excuse myself now.
Sakamoto-san then turns to Mother.
I apologize, Tanaka-sensei. I shouldn't have stopped in. I just wanted to make sure Natsuki made it home safely. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Yuri.
Before anyone can respond, he gives a low bow and walks out the door. Mother takes a deep breath before she says anything. What was that about? What did he mean about Natsuki getting home safe? I step in quickly with an explanation that isn't really a lie, but it still feels dishonest. Natsuki had to visit her grandmother in the hospital. I couldn't go because I had to help with dinner, so Sakamoto-san walked with her. He was just watching out for her. Mother seems to consider this for a moment. Oh, well that was nice of him, I suppose. Why did Yuri need to make dinner? Father begins to explain, but I don't stay to listen. Instead, I join Natsuki in the kitchen. Of course, she finished cooking the vegetables perfectly. Hey, everything's done. Are we ready to eat? I wish you had at least warned me you were bringing him here. Natsuki seems taken aback. I expect her to get defensive, but she seems to think it over before answering. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for him to still be here when your mom got home. I just thought he would say a quick hello and leave. Have you been talking with him since I came in here? Yes, and he basically admitted that he hadn't been upfront with us. Really? Like how? What did he say? He said that he couldn't explain just yet, that he would let us know when the time is right. He also said he wanted to help us, but I think he might be the one that needs help. Why? What's really going on?
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds about right to me since I've driven automatics all my life. I haven't driven a stick shift. Girls, is everything ready? Natsuki and I cut our conversation short and bring the meal to the table. It's one of the more awkward dinners our family has had, but Natsuki and I keep my parents distracted with small talk. Afterwards, we clean the dishes together, and to my surprise, Mother joins us. So, how is your grandmother doing today, Natsuki? Natsuki gives me a look of surprise. It's starting off and parking. I see. Yep, I haven't actually driven a stick shift, but some of my co-workers assure me, like, once you, like, learn what, you know, you have to do so that you don't cause it to stall, it's really not that bad. I don't know. I don't know, Ninja. Better, thank you. Although they still can't say for sure exactly when she'll be coming home. Well, I'm sure they're taking good care of her. You're welcome to stay until she's back to full health. Again, we're both taken aback. Where is this concerned, nurturing approach coming from all of a sudden? Could Father have finally had an influence on her? Let's hope. Either way, I'm just thankful that the argument from last night didn't continue. I haven't apologized yet for raising my voice. The rest of the evening is uneventful, and Natsuki and I eventually head up to our rooms for the night. We stop in the hallway out of earshot of my parents. So, what did he say? He didn't explain what's going on, only something about wanting to help us. But he did admit that Monica knows the truth. So, you really believe he isn't after anything? Yes. The same way I know he's misleading us, I'm also sure he honestly wants to help. With what, I don't know. Suddenly, Natsuki's eyes widen. Oh, you know what else I forgot to tell you? Those two gutter sluts were trying to hit on him today. Who? Sakai and Takao. They were asking him to join their club. They weren't subtle about what else they wanted. So if he was really only interested in meeting girls, then they gave him the perfect opportunity, and he didn't take it. But there's still one thing that bothers me about the situation. Natsuki, how come you have been warning me to stay away from Sakamoto-san and saying he would try to seduce me, but then you end up reading manga together? Oh boy, things are about to get heated, aren't they? And yeah, I had this discussion with one of my coworkers when we were talking about the subject, Brad. I'm definitely one of those people. I don't want to think about my car more than I have to. You know? I just need it to get me from point A to point B. You know, I'm not the kind of person that puts a huge amount of value on, you know, stuff like, you know, MPG, tank size, or, you know, what tires I have necessarily, stuff like that. It's like, as long as it works and, you know, I'm keeping up with maintenance, then it's fine. Like, it does what I need it to do, you know? Oh, absolutely. That's something that my coworker brought up when we were talking about this, how it's just not true anymore that, you know, stick shift is automatic, just better. Because it's not really true anymore. You know, autos have gotten to a point where, you know, they are more economical with fuel economy than stick shifts. Now, you know, obviously I'm just repeating what, you know, he told me that day. just in a general sense. Because I don't have enough knowledge on that stuff to really weigh in with, an informed opinion. That's just what I've been told.
Natsuki makes a pained expression that she seems to show that she realizes what she did was hypocritical.
Oh, I know, it's crazy how fast technology is.
I know, but it's like you said, we weren't going to find anything out if we just ignored him. Once we started talking, I could tell he would never do anything like that. I can't be angry about her explanation. It's what I felt, too. I'm a little surprised, though. How did you get him to tell you so much?
Cars are so smart now that they can guess which gear you will change into next.
That is a good question. I have so much trouble opening up to others, yet how was I able to get someone else comfortable enough to do it? I guess I was just honest and direct? What? What's so funny? You think I like him? No, it's not that. I just think you should follow your instincts more often. Huh? Maybe if you were honest and direct more often, you would have more people willing to talk to you. That's what you want, isn't it? I think she might be right. I tell myself that I'm bad at talking to people. I even struggle speaking with my own family at times, but with Sakamoto-san, I just told him what I was thinking. It can't always be that easy though, right? Well, that was kind of a unique situation. Not really. Talking with other people is pretty much always the same. You just say things as you think them up. I think that's more your style. You're quick to respond. I usually go over what I want to say in my head first. Yeah, I know. That's what you're doing wrong. I start to respond, but stop to consider what she's implying. I didn't overthink things in my conversation with Sakamoto-san, and nothing bad happened. So why am I always being so careful with my words? Realization comes over me, which must be evident to my facial expression. Wow, I just broke you, didn't I? I cross my arms and put on a mock frown. Suki laughs harder as she realizes I'm just being playful. But the truth is, I really need to think about what she's saying. We say goodnight and go to our rooms. This is when I would usually catch up on more reading, but I know better than to try that tonight. I wouldn't be able to focus with all the thoughts going through my head right now. I really don't even know how I'm going to be able to get to sleep. This morning, I made a promise to myself. I promised that today I would make a change. I'm not entirely sure I fixed anything for the long term, but hopefully I've taken the first step.
Alright. I had a feeling the end of day 3 would be the end. It's punishment time? Is that the Coco laugh? I don't know, mate. So that was the old version of the demo. What did I think? It started off kind of mundane before we met our boy, but once he came into the picture and the dynamics started changing, things started to get pretty interesting. Sure was a mod. Yep. There's obviously still quite a high ceiling for improvement. And I'm sure that's all stuff you're working on with the current build that you're working on. Not Metal Club level, huh? Nowhere close. They are worlds apart, to be sure. That mod is SS tier. Yeah, I think if you tighten up some of the writing and do some more stuff to make it have its own visual flair, if you know what I mean, to make it, stand out a little more, I think that would help. Obviously, I'm only speaking from what I've seen from Yuri's perspective. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the perspectives of the rest of the cast here. What happens if I just hit new game? Does it just restart? Yeah, it just takes me back to this. That's what I was expecting. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone else's perspective in this story. Because that's actually a pretty neat feature. You don't really see that with a lot of mods where you get to view the story through multiple perspectives. It's a really neat way of telling a story. Being able to see what each character is thinking at different times, at different points in time throughout the story. I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops. Yeah. The characters were showing some signs of evolving. Yeah, the characters are starting to show some signs of change. And I'm curious to see how that's going to evolve throughout the story. Especially once they find out what's really going on, these three. Oh yeah, of course I do. That was a mod I was really rooting for. It started off great, but yeah, then just kind of fell off with future. But then, future iterations of it did not deliver quite in the same way that, the first one did, the first demo. I was still really sad to see it discontinued. Sarah got over depression in 3 days. That is pretty funny. Monica mods are almost always disappointing, be it the actual mod or stuff around it like drama. I remember seeing somebody talking about how so many Monica mods, focus on depressing stuff. And, I've already talked about this on the server, but honestly, if you can't handle that stuff with Monica, then maybe she's not the one for you, mate. There were some clip-worthy moments with Within, dude. I still stand by my opinion that, the writing in Within is absolutely, the story is fantastic. And the writing is good. It's just the grammar and stuff that needs to be tightened up. If it does that, it'll be approaching, A+, S tier. I thought it was a really well done mod. I know people, have made comparisons to Within, to exit music, like how it's basically Monica's exit music. I think so. It's been a long time since I've played Green Passion. Or is that Emerald Affection? I have not played Emerald Affection since the demo came out. I'm still waiting to hear, about a full release. Because seriously, I will fucking make time for Emerald Affection. No, not all of them are like this. It's just, I feel like the problem... I think the problem with Monica mods that try not to focus on the meta stuff with Monica is they don't really know, what to do with her. Because it's like, that's kind of her whole thing in, the world of the game as it normally stands. So when you have to focus on something else, and you try to, put her in that kind of story, they don't really know what to do with her, because at that point, she has as much character as MC does. So, you know what I'm saying? You kind of have to... The first bit... the first thing you have to do is, like, establish who Monica is in your world if you're not going to focus on, like, the meta stuff with Monica. You kind of have to basically rewrite her whole character. Like, keeping her mannerisms and stuff, but... yeah, basically, the deal with Monica mods is you're basically starting from scratch with her character if you're not going to focus on the meta stuff, because you put it best here, Imprudent. Her biggest thing is being self-aware, is, being a sentient character. That's kind of her whole deal. That's why I love it so much. I love that. I love characters with that trait. But, I mean, if you're not going to focus on that, you kind of just have to interpret what her character is like, what she would be like, under normal circumstances. And it basically gives you, a clean slate almost to work with. Just taking her character analysis as a template to, make a character out of her. Yeah, but changing Monica's character normally just leads to people telling you that Monica's not written correctly. Yeah, I know some people are really strict about that, like, all the characters have to be written a certain way, or else it just falls apart. They just do not bother with it. And those kind of people, I say, open yourself up a little bit. Don't be so uptight about how characters have to be portrayed. I always like to be a little loose when it comes to character interpretation in a mod. As long as you get the character right in a general sense, I don't mind, changing some stuff about a character to fit with your story. If it's done well, it's a welcome addition, but if you're just changing a character to fit your story because you can't think of a better way to do it, then that's a sign of bad writing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to feel natural with the story. Those people are as bad as the people that get mad when a mod's not a slice of life. Yeah. This is why I give every mod its fair shake. Any mod that I, cover on the channel, I give it its fair shake. I'm open to pretty much any idea you can throw at me with DDLC mods. I'm open to pretty much anything you can throw at me. As long as it's written well, I can get some enjoyment out of it. But that's a big if. Because, anybody can write a story, but it takes, a good author to write a, story that flows well and, doesn't have, its characters feeling disjointed and stilted. Oh, yeah. I love that side of Monica. Yeah. Like, bruh. Can you not see that's not, the point of the mod? That's not what it's about? I can't stand people like that. They're so, closed-minded as to, the characters have to be a certain way or else. And it's like, could you open yourself up a little bit? This is the world of modding we're talking about. You know, modders can do whatever the fuck they want to the game. It's like, modders can do whatever the fuck they want to the game. It's their mod, their story. You can, you know, give them suggestions, but it's ultimately, you know, down to the modder themselves how they choose to write their story. Obviously, it's good to listen to community feedback and, you know, maybe recognize that there's something you could be doing better, but if people, you know, are just screaming at you to change something because, you know, either they don't like it because it doesn't, you know, for the most arbitrary of reasons, like we've been talking about, how, like, character has to be written X way, or it's just automatically bad. Don't listen to those kinds of people. Listen to the people that are being constructive and, you know, the people that actually have something, you know, intelligent to say. Because the kinds of people that are just furiously screaming at you, stuff like that, just ignore them, because they don't know any better. Yeah, exactly. You know, the whole point of modding is to tell your own story within the world of the game. You know, basically using the game as a template for your own story. And I love when people make, like, total conversions of this game. Uh-huh. You know, I saw a demo for that when I was looking at it the other day. When I was looking for a demo to look at the other night, I did come across Infinity Pens. Let me know if that's one you guys would want me to check out. Yeah, I saw what you said, Ninja. I saw what you said. So they were one of those people where, you know, the story had to be a certain way, the characters had to be a certain way, or they just, you know, would not basically work with you on it. I take it Infinity Pens is still being worked on. But yeah, let me know if that's one you guys want me to cover. You've got the APK file for it. It got removed due to, I'm guessing, IP guideline issues, but I managed to get an Android copy for it. I'll have to see if I can dig one up. Or you can wait for the revamped version. Yeah, or I could download BlueStacks and play it on Android emulator. Sent you the mod I beta tested. Oh, Branching Paths, the Anime Club arc release. I'll have to check that one out sometime, Ninja. Thanks for sending it. Anyways, I feel like we've been having, you know, a good discussion long enough. LD player, it works so easily. I have no experience with BlueStacks. I have very little experience using BlueStacks, so I would be bumbling around trying to get it to work, probably. But I'm actually gonna sign off here, because I, once again, have to drive my brother to work in the morning, so let's hope I remember to turn up the volume on my alarm this time so that I don't sleep through it. Because holy shit. That that was embarrassing yesterday. That I actually slept through my alarm for the first time in my life. I don't know how I did it. I really don't. That way I'll have most of the problems fixed. I'll take your guys' word for it. But yeah, I actually have to be up in like 4 hours and 45 minutes so that I have enough time to get ready and get them up there. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Alright. Well, I'm gonna add it to my ever-growing list of requests then, Bradley. Infinity pens. Alright. Well, I think I've gone on long enough at the end here. So, that being said, any plans for tomorrow? I guess before I sign off, I will say, Underskins, I was actually planning to take the day off tomorrow, just let my throat rest for a day. And then, Wednesday and Thursday, I mean, should be pretty obvious what I'll be doing Wednesday and Thursday. So yeah, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday with Fruits Part 4. I'm pumped for that after what happened with Part 3. So until then, take care.